All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KC-BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadir Veseli, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
First, I believe, Madam Court Officer, you have a correction to make on one of the exhibit numbers from yesterday.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, during the admission of the preparation note P02009, ERN read on the record was 124938 to 124951. However, the correct ERN is 124938 to 124958. Thank you.
Thank you. I note that the accused are all present in court today. Before we continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04743, there are some preliminary matters that the panel would like to address. The panel notes that by email of 23 January 2025, the SPO notified the panel and the parties and participants that in disclosure package 1558, it disclosed revised English translations of items 043853 to 043854-ET, which has been admitted as P00851 ET, and SPOE 00230-134 to SPOE 00230-134 ET. The SPO submitted that this was due to identified translation discrepancies between the two partial duplicates. By email of 27 January 2025, the SPO asked that PO 0851 ET be replaced with the revised translation with ERN 043853 to 043854 ET revised. Any comments on that from the defense?
No objection.
Thank you. The panel approves the request and directs the registry to replace P0851 ET with 043853 to 043854 ET revised. This concludes the oral order. Madam Court Officer, please bring us into private session.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Further, now on Friday, 24 January 2025, the SPO filed F02860, a Rule 154 and video conference request concerning W00542. As anticipated via email on Monday, 27 January 2025, the panel would now like to hear oral submissions in response to F02860 and any replies thereto. Does Victims' Counsel wish to be heard on this? Go ahead. No. Defense Counsel, please.
Thank you, Your Honours. On behalf of the Vasili defence, we have no objection in respect of both the 154 application and the video link or video conference application as well. We do wish to make it clear for the record that we don't believe the threshold has necessarily been met in respect of each of those applications. But for expeditious hearing, given that this particular witness, we understand, is scheduled to come on Monday, the 10th of February, before the much bigger witness who's due to come that week. For that reason, we don't wish to hold up matters and therefore have no objection for that witness coming in then. And while we're on that point, we would also ask if the prosecution can give an indication to whether there could be any other witnesses of this nature slotted in then to give enough time before the larger witness comes, because we don't want to be in a situation like we were with this witness where we get a prep note on Saturday afternoon and the witness is coming early in the week. So any time that can be afforded, as we've asked already, in addition to this witness, we would ask that that be used. And it's for that reason that we don't have any objections. We want this to go ahead in this fashion.
Thank you for your submission.
The Thaçi
Yes.
defence joins the Vasili defence submissions.
Thank you.
As do we, Your Honour. Thank you.
So do we, Your Honour.
All right. Leave that to the discretion of the prosecution. However, it is on some of these very large witnesses, it would really be important and helpful to have the notes, the preparation note, done a bit earlier than it has been, so that there's adequate time to prepare and we don't end up with a delay because of that. We will issue our ruling on this matter in due course. We will now continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04743. Madam Court Usher, please bring in the witness. Madam Prosecutor, do you have a time estimate at this point?
No, Your Honor, but I will update you as I go along to ensure I comply with the 3 hours.
You can be seated, witness. I note for the record that duty counsel for W04743 is available outside the courtroom should W04743 want to request his advice. Good morning, witness.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Continue your testimony. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. And if you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to remember to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. I also remind you that the assurances provided to you yesterday by the panel, namely that any response provided to relevant questions will not be used either directly or indirectly against you in any subsequent prosecution by the specialist chambers, except under Article 15, Paragraph 2 of the law and Rule 65, and they are still applicable, and that refusal to give testimony may be sanctioned with the imposition of a fine. Please speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question for the interpreters to catch up. And once again, if you feel the need to take a break at any time, just let us know, raise your hand, and we'll accommodate you. So we continue now with the prosecution's questions. Please give them your attention. Madam Prosecutor, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Krasniqi. Yesterday, when we left off, we were talking about your duties in the 121 Brigade. Could we please have on the screen ERN 124959 to 124990 and go to PDF page 31, which is ERN 124989. Mr. Krasniqi, do you remember providing this document to the SPO last week?
Yes.
Obtain it.
This document was drafted during the war in January 1999. I did not know where I had placed it for a while, but then accidentally I found it, together with some other documents of mine.
Zoom out a little bit so the entire document is visible in Albanian. If we can scroll down to the signature block, thank you. And do you recognize your signature?
Yes, certainly. This is my name and my surname, which I have written.
This document?
Yes, that is correct.
And if we can focus on the first paragraph or the upper part of the page. This paragraph states that you are writing this complaint because the two policemen were not at the required level of task regarding the decision of the Finance Directorate at the KLA General Staff, number 90/3, dated 31st of December 98, on setting the obligations for the Kosovo citizens who are temporarily employed abroad. What did this decision establish?
As the first paragraph reads, this had to do with the money coming in for the needs of the Kosovo Liberation Army, money that had to be donated by the Kosovars living abroad, and this was an obligation, and they had to give this money in Kosovo. I'm referring to the territory covered by Brigade 121, the unit of the, specifically the military police unit of Brigade 121.
Thank you. And do you know what the amount of the contributions was, how it was divided?
The amount of the contribution depended on the country. This was this was specified in the decision, and it varied from 1,000 to 2,000 Deutschmarks or Swiss francs.
Did not comply with the payment.
In accordance with the duties assigned, if the people in the diaspora had not fulfilled their obligations in Kosovo, their passport would be seized and kept until they would comply with their obligations.
Do you remember if you received the decision, the General Staff decision?
We, as a military police unit, received this decision from the brigade, specifically from the brigade commander, Mr. Shala.
And now if we move towards the end of the document, towards the last two paragraphs, if you look at the last part of the document, there's a note saying that we are of the opinion that the functioning of the LDK and its assembly are the main reason for obstacles in our work in the village.
Objection. Mr. President, I don't know if I need to go into private session, but I also think the witness should be excused for this.
All right, please take the witness out. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. With respect to this, we made submissions on this, as you know, about the prejudice to the defense from the use of this document. Yesterday, the prosecutor made a proffer as to what the purpose of the document was. That's at provisional transcript page 12, lines 13 to 17 yesterday. And I quote, "The last document, as we know, is a January 1999 complaint with a header signed by 4743 concerning disciplinary measures in relation to Brigade 121 military police officers. Yet again, the topic of disciplinary measures, which is the key issue in this item, is discussed at length in W04743's statement." That's the proffer. The panel's ruling, which was on provisional transcript page 96, beginning at line 24, going to 97, line 3, your ruling was, while the defense was not on notice of the specific documents, the panel agrees with the SPO that it was on notice of W04743's role within the KLA, including the structure and the role of the 121st Brigade. Now, until now, I have not objected, but this particular portion has nothing to do with disciplinary measures, which was the proffer as to why the document's being offered. The prejudice to the defense is precisely what we were afraid of, which is that there is no mention in the pretrial brief of a village called Blaka, which is what this incident apparently refers to. There's no allegation about the LDK having a problem in that village. There's no mention of the person who's referenced in the in this document under remark, beginning with Muhammad. All of this are things that the defense could have investigated about this village, interviewed that person, figured things out before cross-examination starts, and we are prejudiced by going into this area. And I again reiterate that this was not an area that the prosecutor yesterday told you was an area they were going to go into with this document. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the objection is overruled. This is a relevant matter, and we will hear it. Go ahead. I'm sorry, as I stated yesterday, you can certainly request a recall of this witness after further investigation if you feel the need. All right, go ahead, Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I was showing you the last part of this document where you noted that the functioning of the LDK and its assembly were the main reason for obstacles in your work in the village, meaning the village of Blaca. Can you tell us why the functioning of the LDK and its assembly was an obstacle to your work? What were you referring to here?
This was a form of reporting regarding the reasons for the failure to implement the tasks in this village. At least this was the information at the time. This is what I thought, and this is how I prepared this document for the brigade commander.
Just so that it's clear for the record, you received information that the LDK was an obstacle to the implementation of the collection of money from the diaspora.
Yes, this was the information we received at the time.
Thank you. Did you receive information as to why the LDK was an obstacle to that implementation?
I am not able to be more specific than what I have written in the document and what I have declared.
I would like to tender this document into evidence.
Objection.
Yes, Your Honor, we would object to. We'd ask that it be marked as a MFI document for now, because as Your Honors have said, there may well be a need through further investigation to recall the witness on this matter. It's not possible to say now. So for that reason, given our objection from the outset, we would ask that it be MFI'd. I also wish to point out, and that I think this is an important matter in the context of a criminal trial. The witness has indicated that he has the original of this document. No blame on the witness, of course, but no effort, it seems, has been made by the SPO to get the original of this document, which seems to be a reoccurring theme in this case. If originals are available, we fail to understand why that shouldn't be brought before the court, as would happen in any proper criminal trial.
In light of our objections up until now with regard to the use of this document, we object to the admission of the document.
Your Honor, if I may respond, the witness has authenticated the document. He talked about its content. There is no further requirement for us to obtain the original copy, considering that he stated that how he obtained it, how he wrote it, and that he wrote it himself. Regarding to the first part of Mr. Dixon's submissions, there is no need to MFI the document at this stage because maybe in the future there could be an investigation. The document has been commented on now. The witness has sufficiently commented on it to fulfill the requirements of Rule 138.
Document will be admitted. It meets the minimum requirements of Rule 138. That's ERN 1249990 to 1249989. You specifically just want page 31?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, at page, at page 31.
Thank you, Your Honor. Page with the ERN 124989 to 124989 from a larger document with ERN 124959 to 124990 will receive exhibit number P02015, and classification is confidential. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So now, could we have, please, ERN U0005976 to U0006009? And if we could go to PDF page 10, which is ERN U0005985. Mr. Krasniqi, do you remember seeing this document last week during our preparation session?
Yes, I was presented with this document during the preparation session, which means I saw it.
Document reflect the order that you received and implemented regarding the collection of contributions.
I do not know who wrote this document. However, its content corresponds with the duties we had.
I would like to tender this page into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we have the same standing objection. The witness is not able to identify this document. It's not his. He can give his evidence about what he recalls his tasks and operations were, but not about a document that purports to come from the general staff that he's not part of.
Your Honor, he's clearly said that he is not, he doesn't know where this document comes from or who wrote it.
Your Honor, the witness was able to comment as to content and to the order he received and implemented separately.
U0005976 to U0006009 at page 10 is admitted. It meets the minimum requirements of Rule 138.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the record, the ERN of the page 10 is U0005985. It will receive exhibit number P02016. Classification is confidential. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe this could be public, this page.
You can reclassify this document as public with this exhibit.
Sir, do you recall the existence of any additional KLA regulation related to the collection of funds through taxes or tariffs?
Could you be more specific in your question, please?
Implemented any other collection of funds through the imposition of tariffs or taxes?
We had a task to cash in money coming from vehicles registered by the occupiers' institutions. This was a duty, however, the extent to which it was implemented is a different matter.
Can you explain in greater detail what do you mean by an order to cash in money coming from vehicles registered? How was this order implemented in practice?
I tried to explain this theoretically, which was that all vehicles circulating in the territory, in the KLA territory, with the registration plates issued by the occupier at the time, were supposed and had to pay a tariff which was between 300 and 400 Deutschmarks. This was possible to be implemented in some areas or in some cases. In other cases, it was not possible, but as a task, it did exist.
Your units. Did you inform your units of this task?
Every task that I received, I would transmit that to my 2 units who work within the brigade one-to-one.
Units did not implement it.
I believe that they carried out their tasks. They tried to do so to the extent they were able to do so, given the context and the circumstances.
Should this regulation regarding vehicle taxes?
In this case, like in the previous case, we received the order or the duty from the brigade. When I say we, I refer to the military police. Now, where did the brigade, or in this case the brigade commander, receive it from? They know that. But they refer to the general staff.
So I would like now to move on to some of the documents that you provided, and if we could please have ERN 082926 to 083087. And if we could go to page, that's PDF 119, ERN 083044 in both languages. We can scroll down in the Albanian. Yes, thank you. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, certainly.
Do you know who signed it?
Yes. This is my signature.
Did you issue it?
Yes.
Implemented by your units?
I think it was, although we did not at all times have the possibility or the mechanisms to verify this. I do think, however, that this was implemented to a large extent, if not entirely.
And could we now go to the next page?
Sorry, counsel, can I interrupt for a moment?
Yes.
Witness, could you read the last sentence of the document above 8th of February 1999? Just read that out, please. Could you read it aloud, I should say?
Сецила патрул
Each patrol shall have its leader appointed. Police officers shall take turns, and once completed, the patrol leader shall compile a written report.
Ending with 01/03/1999. Could you read that sentence, please?
по
Yes. The order enters into force on the 1st of March 1999.
From the English.
Thank you, Your Honor, for spotting that. May I continue?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Now, could we, and Your Honor, I'll show a few pages in sequence and then I'll deal with the tendering later. So if we could go to the next page in both languages, that's ERN 083045. Mr. Krasniqi, do you recognize this document?
по сигуриш.
Yes, certainly.
Do you remember why you issued it?
По
Yes, I do.
Can you briefly state the reason for issuing this document?
парасетенз
Before this document was issued, Bayram Gashi and I asked the two units of the military police that were operational on both sides of the mountain, where the 121 Brigade was operational. We asked of them to give us details about every single military policeman. Upon receipt of these notes, we observed that there were some omissions, so we wanted additional information in order to complete the data sets for each and every single one who was part of the unit of the military police.
Thank you. And I just note for the record that the witness said Bayram Gashi, I believe. It's been recorded as Blerim. Is this your signature on the document?
по
Yes.
урзбатуар
Yes, it was implemented.
Thank you. And if we could now go to the next page, and that's ERN 083046. Do you recognize this document?
по я kan par
Yes, I have seen it.
We issued it.
ky dokument
This document was issued on behalf of the brigade and its commander. However, It was signed by the Chief of Personnel of the brigade.
Cherkim Dukolli.
Po, sakt.
Yes, correct.
You mentioned that you have seen it. Did you receive it at the time?
Gjithsesi e ka marrë këtë.
Yes, I certainly received this document because, as can be seen here, it has to do with an order for the military police unit of Brigade 121. It was a modus operandi concerning the tasks we were assigned with.
Çdo detyrë e dhënë, gjithmonë është
Every task was implemented to the extent permitted by the conditions of war.
Could we now go to PDF page 125, that's ERN 083050. Do you recognize this document?
po,
Yes.
Should it?
po, komandant.
Yes, it was the brigade commander.
Where is that?
Ky nënshkrimi
This signature appears to be the same as that of other documents, and it appears to be that of Mr. Hajishala.
po, gjithsesi.
Yes, certainly.
Siç thash edhe më herë,
Again, as I stated earlier, every task assigned to us was implemented to the extent permissible by the conditions of the time. Every task assigned to us was undertaken with the seriousness it required, and we've tried to implement it.
And if we could now move to page PDF 127, that's CRN 083052. Do you recognize this document?
po,
Yes.
Do you recognize who signed it?
po,
Yes.
komandanti i brigadës.
The brigade commander.
Po, e ka marrë.
Yes, I did.
Njëjtë siç u për
I have the same answer as before. Every task, order, and so on was implemented to the extent that was possible at the time.
We could now go to page PDF 162 in both languages, that's ERN 083087. Do you recognize this document?
po, e kam parë.
Yes, I have seen it.
In your statement that Shefchet Bulkibashi was one of your military police officers and later administrators. Did he send this report to you? Do you recall whether
Oh.
you received it?
Yes. Yes, he did.
Your Honor, I would like to tender these pages into evidence. These are ERN 083044, 083045, 083046, 083050, 083052, and 083087.
Any objection? None seen?
No objection.
083044, 083045, 083046, 083050, 083052, and 083087 are all admitted.
I
Or
note
if I may-
that
Sorry, could they maybe be added to the Exhibit P 2010?
yes, that is what I was going to suggest. The pages read out by the presiding judge will be added to the exhibit P02010, and classification is confidential. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to now show you two photographs. Could we have 074396 to 074435 and go to PDF page 7, which is ERN 074402. Do you remember seeing this photo last week?
Oh, jag kan...
Yes, I do.
On this photo.
Nga 6%.
Of the 6 people shown in this photograph, I am certain about 4 at least.
Can you start identifying them from the left to the right? So the first man on the left with the goatee, do you recognize that person?
Oh,
Yes, I do.
Zati Shukri Buya.
Mr. Shukri Buya.
And there's a woman next to him. Do you know who that is?
Për këtë nuk jam...
I am not sure. It resembles someone I think I know, but I'm not certain.
There's a man to the right of that woman. Do you recognize him?
Po, personi...
Yes. The individual who comes third in the order in this picture is Mr. Fatmir Limay.
Fatmir Limay.
Në të djathën apo në...
Do you mean to the right or to the left?
To the right. So the fourth person from the left. There's a
That's Mr. Nasser Shala.
Shall I have a nickname?
Po, ka pas...
Yes, he was known with the nickname Futura.
The man with the beard next to Nasser Shala, do you recognize him?
Edhe për këtë nuk jam...
I am not certain of this one either, largely due to the quality of this image. He resembles someone I think I know. And the last person here, I am certain that it is Mr. Shpetim Telaku.
And the person that you said, that man, you think he resembles somebody. Can you tell us the name of the person you believe it could be?
Po, më...
He looks like an individual called Fatmir Shurday.
Thank you. I would like to tender this photo into evidence and maybe could be added to P1095, if admitted.
Relevance?
It is relevant, and it is 074396, 04743, no, 074435 at page 5. It's admitted and will be added to P1095.
Sorry, Your Honour, what was it relevant to, if the prosecution could explain? I don't quite understand, apart from the fact that it's a photograph of people.
Yes, Your Honor. The witness has talked about his cooperation with these people in his statement and in his testimony, so it's relevant to corroborating the witness evidence. Before we remove it, I'd like to ask you whether you recognize the location of the photo.
Vendi në fotografi.
The location resembles the premises of the headquarters of Brigade 121, which the area used before the offensive of 1998 by the unit Chedico. I do not exclude the possibility, however, that this might have been taken at the village of Fshati Iri.
Thank you. If we could now have SPOE 00204138. Do you remember seeing this photograph last week?
Përveç që e kam parë.
I saw this picture last week, but apart from that, this is a picture that has been publicly available and has circulated in a number of outlets throughout.
Recognize the people on the photo.
Po, të gjithin ja.
Yes, I know all of them.
We are starting from the people sitting at the table from the left to the right.
Personi I parë.
The first individual sat there is Mr. Fatmir Limay. The second individual is Mr. Hashim Thaçi. And the third of the sitting individuals is Mr. Suleiman Selimi.
Man standing behind Fatmir Limay.
Personi ullur pas zotit Limay.
The person sat behind Mr. Limay is Mr. Shpetim Telaku.
Do you know what Shpetim Telaku's role was?
Për aq sa unë.
From what I know, Shpetim Telaku worked as the bodyguard of Mr. Fatmir Limay.
Who is the man standing behind Suleiman Salimi?
Ky është zoti Nasser.
That is Mr. Nasser Shala with the nickname Ftura.
Your Honor, I'd like to tender this document into evidence.
Objections?
No objection.
SPOE 00204-138 is admitted.
It will receive exhibit number P02017. Current classification is confidential.
I believe it could be public.
Reclassified as public, please.
And Your Honor, I know the time. Do you want a break now?
We'll give you a 10-minute break at this time, witness. You may leave the courtroom. You may leave the courtroom with the court usher. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in.
Your Honor, as the witness is being brought in, the examination will be quite document-heavy. And having seen how we've gone so far, it is possible that I'll be going over a little bit of my 3 hours. If that...
What's a little bit?
I think probably 30 minutes. Okay. I can be more precise in a bit.
Okay, thank you. All right, witness, we will continue with the questions from the prosecution. You may go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Krasniqi, I would like to show you now another document, and this is ERN 124959 to 124990 at page PDF 29, which is 124987. And the English translation. Do you remember providing this document to the SPO last week?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you obtain it?
I received this document during the war for the purposes and in relation to my appointment in the position as referred to here. And then I ended up finding this document together with other documents after quite a long time.
And do you know when you received it? If you're able to be more precise.
I am not able to tell you exactly when, but based on the date of the issuance of this document, I must have received it after the 1st of March 1999. When I say after the 1st of March, this could be several days after, a week or two after. I cannot be more precise than that.
Signed it
Comandante i brigad.
The brigade commander, Mr. Haji Shala.
You recall how you received it?
Nuk ka pas mundësi tjetër.
There was no other possibility other than me receiving it in person. This would usually happen during brigade level meetings that we would have. That would be the only possibility or circumstances in which I received this document.
Said that this is in relation to your appointment in the position as referred to here, and this document refers to your appointment as chief of the sector Sherbimit Informative of Brigade 121. In your statement, you talked about being appointed to ZKZ. Is this the appointment to, is this the letter appointing you as chief of ZKZ?
Po saktë.
Yes, that is correct. I think the wrong terminology might be used. However, this will refer to the ZKZ sector.
I would like to tender this document into evidence.
Objection.
Yes, Your Honor, we have the same objection as before because of the last-minute disclosure, and therefore would request, as we did with the previous document, that it's MFI'd only.
The document will be admitted under, which is page 124987, plus the English translation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a clarification. We have one page already admitted from this document that's SP0215. Should we add this one to that exhibit number?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Could we now have ERN SPOE 00226490 and its English translation? Before I showed you this document last week, had you seen it before?
Jo, nuk e kam pa.
No, I had not seen this document before.
And who is Petri Twimir? Do you know?
Për të qenë korrekt,
To be fair, in the period of time the document refers to, I did not know who Petri Tuimieri was. I later on understood that because it became public, and I know that it was Mr. Sokollo Bruna.
You mentioned that you had never seen it before. Did you ever receive it during the war?
kur e thash se nuk e kam pa.
When I said that I had not seen it before, this means that I could not have possibly received it before.
And this document makes a reference to a KLA penal code. Did you ever receive a KLA penal code?
udhëzimet nuk më kanë munguar.
I did receive instructions from Mr. Sokol Dobruna, but I did not receive a military penal code in written form at any given time.
Thank you. I would like to now move on to the case of Sahet Muajeri, which you discussed in your statement. And this is in P 2007.1, pages 14, 19, and 22 to 24. Could we please bring up ERN 082926 to ERN 083087 and go to page PDF 2, which is ERN 082927. This is a document dated 10th of June 99. Was it taken during the course of the case against Safet Muajeri?
Po, sakt.
Yes, that's correct.
Recognize the signature on the right side.
Po, sigurisht që një.
Yes, I certainly do.
In the last paragraph, Muajeri is recorded saying that he was stopped by the military police and taken to the military police in Shatiri on the 9th of June. Do you see that part? Where it says 2 military policemen came on the 6th of June to detain me. It's the penultimate paragraph.
Po, e gjeta.
Yes, I see it.
If we could now please move to the next page in both languages. And this is another document dated 12th of May.
Excuse me, was he going to name the person who signed the document? He just said he recognized it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I missed that. Thank you. You said you recognized the signature on the document. Whose signature was that?
Në nënshkrimi është I Zotit
That is the signature of Mr. Osman Hoxha.
Now, can you look at the signatures on this document and tell me whose they are, if you recognize them?
Në nënshkrimi I parë,
The first signature is that of the suspect, Safet Muajeri. The second signature in the middle is that of Osman Hoxha. And the signature on the right should be that of Nejmi Krasniqi.
And then, if you look at the content of this document, it notes that Muajeri was questioned several times. He was once held in Malishevo without being questioned, and then he was questioned in Bellanica in February 99. Do you recall whether you were informed about his questioning in Bellanica in February 1999?
në Bellanicë ka vepruar
In Belanice, the military police unit led by Ugegay operated. Osman Hoca was the administrator. And with respect to all their duties, including the interview of the suspect, they reported back.
Thank you. And did this document also become part of the file that you eventually transferred to the military prosecutor?
Patjetër,
Certainly, every case that was dealt with by the military prosecutor and the military court at the time had the signature of Mr. De Bruyne or Mr. Cruziu as an evidence to further process the case.
To that report, and that's page 1 in this bundle. It's ERN 082926. And for the record, this is part already of the associated exhibit P 2010. Is this the military? I'll wait until the English is on. Is this the report that you prepared for this case?
unë jam në djeni të këtë.
I am aware of this document. However, it was prepared and signed by Mr. Osman Hoca. Therefore, I can conclude that out of 9 criminal complaints, this is the only one which bears the signature of Mr. Osman Hoca.
Do you know whose signature is on the left side of the document?
Po, është
Yes. This is the signature of the military prosecutor at the time who received the case file on the 15th of June 1999.
sakt.
Correct. Confirmation of receipt or delivery and reception of the case file.
And we've seen in the prior statement, prior document that I showed you a moment ago, that this person was stopped on the 9th of June, and the military report is dated the 15th of June. Are you able to explain how come this case took more than 72 hours to complete?
Mendoj se
I think this is the only case in which the 72 hours deadline was not met, because as I've mentioned in the preparation session, each case had their own specifics and imposed a different procedure. This might have been because from the 10th or 11th or 12th of June, I was not there anymore. I had moved to prison. And Mr. Hoca, who had never signed any criminal complaints until that moment, must have had dilemmas as how to act, how to proceed. When he saw that the deadline had expired, he signed this documents, this criminal complaint, for the first time in order for it to be submitted.
And can you please state for the record the name of the military prosecutor who signed this report?
Nga ajo që di dhe kam
Based on my knowledge and my experience, the only military prosecutor there was Mr. Kriziu. Haki Kriziu.
And do you know if Safet Umajeri was detained in Klečka, and if so, for how long?
bazuar në dokumentacionin
Based on the case file documents, it can be seen that Mr. Safet Muhajeri was detained, but I do not know for how long and when was he released. I cannot know it for this case or any other case because it was not the task of the military police any longer. If I may add, the moment the case was submitted to the military court or to the military prosecutor, this meant the end of the tasks of the military police platoon.
Your Honor, of the 3 pages I've shown, I would like to tender into evidence 082927, which is the only one that's not already part of P02010.
Any objection to that page? None? 082927, I'm sorry, 082927 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. That page will be added to Exhibit P02010. Classification is confidential. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to move to a different case. You told us already that in your statement that Sokol Dobruna ordered the arrest of Sabit Shala, and that's at P 2007.4, pages 4 and 5. Could we please bring up Exhibit 2D 00020? Do you recognize the signature on this document?
Po, e një.
Yes, I do.
Sorry.
Në nënshkrimi që
the signature of the person who prepared and submitted this report is mine on the right-hand side with the name and signature. And on the left-hand side, we have the signature of the person who received the case.
Signature is that?
I Zotit Sokol.
That of Mr. Sokol Dobruna. Sokol Dobruna.
Do you recall once Sabit Shala was arrested, where was he first taken?
është I vetmi person
He's the only person who was detained based on an order from Sokol Dobruna. And he's the only person who was detained in Terpez in the house where I stayed with Bayram Gashi and some nurses. One of them was the sister of Bayram Gashi. While we were preparing the file, we transmitted and submitted the file to Mr. Sokol Dobruna to the detention center.
Sorry, could you please repeat the last part of your answer, because I interrupted you and I believe I overlapped with the interpreters. You said that you transmitted and submitted the file to Mr. Sokol Dobruna, and then did you mention anything else?
si në çdo rast edhe në këtë rast,
Just like in any other case, in this case, the case file and the person were sent to the detention center. To the detention center in Klečka.
Thank you. If we could now go to the next page of this document. Is this a record of your interview with Sabit Shala?
po, e saktë.
Yes, correct.
Were you present during the interview?
Po,
Yes.
To the, yes, and there's a signature at the bottom. Do you, on the right side, whose signature is that?
pavarësisht cilësisë së
Regardless of the poor quality, I think it is my own.
Do you recall if anyone came looking for Sabit Shala?
po,
Yes, I do.
Who?
pas disa dite,
Interpez, at the house where we stayed with Bayram Gashi and the other persons I mentioned earlier, the father of Safet Shala came to inquire about his son. He was in the company of another person, and this happened several days later.
What did he inquire? What did he ask you?
ai pyeti për
He inquired about the whereabouts of his son, and I told him that his son was at the detention center in Klečka.
What, can you tell us what happened next?
pastaj tha se kam
He said that he had come in order to replace his son so that he would stay in detention for his son to be released. And I told him that that is not part and parcel of my powers. And after I told him that this was within the powers of the military court, he asked for a meeting to be set up with the chief of the military court to discuss this. And given that Bayram Gashi, as commander of the military police, knew Habib, we decided to give him the favor of taking him all the way to Divyak to meet Mr. Sokol Dobruna. In order to gain entry to the office of Sokol Dobruna, you had to go past guard. There was Laura there and a guard. Those two people stayed at that point, and I went to Mr. Sokol-de-Bruna myself. I explained to Sokol-de-Bruna everything that I mentioned earlier, i.e. who had come and why they had come, and that they would like to have a meeting with Mr. Sokol-de-Bruna. He said, how is it possible to have a criminal come so that another criminal would be freed? Not only did he not accept to meet Habib's father, but he ordered a unit of the general staff to send two individuals in order to detain Mr. Habib Shala.
Speaking a little too fast, so I'd like to just clarify a couple of points. You said, he said, how is it possible to have a criminal come so that another criminal would be freed? Who said that?
Zoti,
Mr. Sokol-de-Bruna said, there is a criminal who has come to free up another criminal or to serve as guarantee for a criminal.
And you said, it's recorded that you said they did not accept two people to free Habib's father, but he ordered a unit of the general staff to send two individuals in order to detain Habib Shala. Did you mean he did not accept to free Sabit's father? Or sorry, he did not accept to free, to replace Sabit with Habib.
nga veta ajo
From what he said and then proceeded to order for Habib to be arrested, it follows that he did not even contemplate meeting with him or discussing the case further.
And you said that he sent two people from the general staff units to arrest Habib Shala. Who did he send? Which unit did these people belong? Do you know?
Cilët kanë qenë ata dy persona?
I don't know who those two individuals were, but I know that this was a task that he gave to the person who was in chief of that unit, Mr. Ramiz Tsertoli. And he asked Mr. Ramiz Tsertoli to make this happen. And then he kept me behind to discuss some other cases, and there was no further discussion of this case.
To which general staff unit Sertoli belonged?
Nuk mund të jam I sigurt.
I'm not sure. It may have been a unit of the military police or some other unit, but it was one of the units under the auspices of the general staff.
At that time and before Dobruna issued an arrest for Habib Shala, had you investigated him?
Së bashku me urdhrin
Alongside the oral order of Mr. Dobruna to arrest and detain Mr. Shala, Dobruna had also stated the suspicions based on which he wanted that individual detained. So he had provided elements of the suspicions that he had about collaboration on his part. And given that I had an individual who cooperated with me during the war, I gave him these instructions in order to corroborate the suspicions of Mr. De Bruyne. However, regardless of what this associate of mine was going to bring to me, that would have no impact whatsoever on the order that had been given.
Shala or Habib Shala?
Çdo herë po flas për
I am referring to Sabit Shala all the time. We did not deal with the issue of Habib Shala. That is not something we've dealt with. I mean, us as military policemen.
Habib Shala.
absolutisht.
Absolutely not.
Do you know what he was accused of, Habib?
Jo nuk kam pas
No. With the exception of what his son had stated in his own statement, I have never had anything concrete in my possession about him.
Thank you. And do you know if Habib and Sabit were detained in Klečka?
po Sabiti, po dihet tashmë që ka qenë.
It is known that Sabit was in detention because we sent him pursuant to the order of detention and the case file that is in front of you, whereas Habib was detained at the moment when we went up to the General Staff, as I mentioned earlier.
Thank you. Do you know how long they were detained for?
Nuk e di sa.
I do not know how long they were kept in detention. And this applies to these two or anyone else. And as I mentioned, after some time, and I don't know how long afterwards, I chanced upon him in one of the gorges, like the gorges of Shala, Kishnarek, and so on and so forth, where a large number of the civilian population had gathered. And in one of those gorges, I met Habib, and I came to realize that he had been released. However, I had no further interest in looking into it anymore.
So that the record is clear, to your knowledge, at which location were they detained?
Në qendrën e
At the detention center at Klečk.
Thank you. Now I'd like to ask you about Muitelako. Could we please we have to go back to document 082926 to 083087 and go to page PDF 64, which is ERN 082989. And this specific page is already part of the associated exhibit P2010. Do you recognize this report? Sorry. Do you recognize this report?
Po, sigurisht që kam.
Yes, I do. I have seen it.
Po, sakt.
Yes, correct.
The left side?
Po, është
It's the 20th of March 1999, and it was admitted or received by Mr. Sokol Dobruna.
Thank you. And the allegations against Telaku, as stated in this document, are that he arbitrarily detained a civilian, Suleiman Ramadani. Is that your recollection?
ndonë se kualifikimet kanë
Even though the qualification would have been too harsh, given that we were not professionals at the time, Mr. Telako detained an individual. However, not being fully aware of the legal formulations at the time, we called that an arbitrary detention, arrest rather.
And in the penultimate paragraph, it notes that you attached the written statements to this report. Is that your recollection?
çdo gjë që
Everything you see written down here would have happened because at the moment when the case file was submitted before Mr. De Bruyne, that should have had attached all the documents that we as military policemen had in our possession as a basis for the case.
And could we now go to PDF pages 67 and 68? Those are ERN 082992, 082993. Was this taken during the course of your work on this case?
po, përderisa I përket
Yes. Given that it pertains to the case file we're mentioning, it would follow that it would have been taken at that particular point in time.
mendoj se e njëjta është shtypur në
I think that the same would have been typed out at the unit of the military police at Belarnitz, and the team led by Uk Gegay and typed out by Osman Hoxha. So I think that the typing was done by Osman Hoxha.
Stopped what the allegation against him was.
sipas asaj që më është thënë në atë periudhë.
From what I was told at the time and what's contained in the documents, there was an unfounded suspicion of collaboration, which means that not a single bit of evidence was submitted to enable us to proceed any further. And in consultation with Mr. De Bruyne, the decision was taken to free him up in the morning. So he was kept in detention overnight, and Mr. Hoxha stayed with him throughout the night as some sort of guarantee. this individual was not only released but also escorted up to some houses where he felt safe enough to be able to travel further onward.
You say, just so that it's clear, when you say suspicion of collaboration, what type, who were they accused of collaborating with?
When the term collaborator is mentioned, it means cooperation with the Serbs. However, there was no factual basis for this suspicion. Yes, he was freed.
The center of this paragraph, it's noted that Ramadani said that he assisted the KLA disposing of a body, and that later on he found out that the person that he discarded was Mohammed Shapeta. Do you know if this allegation by Ramadani was ever investigated by anyone?
I asked Farmont Sam.
What I can state here before the trial panel is that every single individual who was questioned gave a statement which was accurately recorded in that statement. So I do not know on whether this information contained in this statement was correct. I did not know then or later. And with reference to the concrete question by the prosecutor, I do not know on whether investigations were done. However, even were that to have been a true fact, it would not have been up to Brigade 121, so it would not have been up to us to investigate. If an investigation was carried out, other units or brigades would have done it. However, the fact remains that these details were all submitted as part of the case filed to before Mr. De Bruyne. Our powers did not permit us to pursue these matters any further.
5 minutes to complete this line of questioning. Should I proceed? Thank you.
Yes, if you can do it in that time period.
Can we go to page 65 of this PDF? And that's 082990. Is this the report by your squad commander? Noting that Telaku had stopped Ramadani, who was held overnight?
Yes, this is a report. It's not from the platoon commander, but the commander of the squad of military police at Belanice.
Thank you. And if we can go now to PDF page 66, that's ERN 082991. Do you recognize the signatures on this report?
Yes, I do. The report has been signed by the squad commander, Uk Gegay, and the administrator of this squad, Mr. Osman Hoxha.
And it notes that Ramadani was released following a verbal order of the zone military police commander. That was Nezhmi Krasniqi, correct?
What I'm able to say here is that The order was issued after my consultation with Mr. Dobruna. I don't know if Mr. Nejmi Krasniqi had knowledge of this or on whether he had dealt with this tangentially. However, this came after my consultation with Mr. De Bruyne, given that there was no evidence for the continued detention of the suspect.
Was Telaco arrested or detained during or as a result of this case?
Match sound come.
From what I know, Mr. Telaco, who we sent the criminal report on, was taken in for questioning by Mr. De Bruyne, but not detained.
Your Honor, I'd like to tender the additional pages into evidence and add them to P0-2010, and these are the pages 082990 to 082993.
Any objection? None? 082992 to 082999. I've lost that. What's the end?
Your Honor, the pages I'm tendering are 082990 to 993.
Those will be admitted and added as requested.
Thank you, Your Honor. Those pages will be added to Exhibit P02010. Classification is confidential.
Thank you.
Witness, we take a half-hour break at this time. You can leave the courtroom now, and we'll be back at 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Mr. Misitich, you had something for the record?
Yes, we just wanted to state our position on the record. Towards the end of the prosecution's direct before the break, there was a document put to the witness about an allegation by Mr. Ramadani concerning the alleged execution of someone named Muhammad Shapeta and the disposal of the body. And then a follow-up question was asked as to whether an investigation was done into that incident. We have no, not only is there no allegation in the indictment or pretrial brief about any person named Muhammad Shapeta, but we have no disclosures other than this one document about any such person having ever been killed or even that he existed. And therefore we would object to the prosecution using that evidence because we have no notice of it. Thank you, of the allegation.
Well, let's first of all, do you intend to use that information for any purpose?
Your Honor, I asked the question within the context of the witness knowledge and what his duties were and how he dealt with cases and where.
You were not trying to prove some other point.
No.
Your point's well taken. Thank you. Bring the witness in, please. We'll proceed now, witness, with the questions from the prosecution. Continuing, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Krasniqi, I'd like to talk now about the case of Nasser Hassani. Could we please have 082926 to 083087 and go to page 082939 and 082940, and I'd like to note for the record that these two pages have been already admitted as P263. Is this your report to the military prosecutor in the Nasser Hassani case?
Po.
Yes.
Do you recognize your signature on this document?
Po.
Yes.
See on the left side.
Në të majtë është
On the left side, we see the signature of the prosecutor, Haki Kryziu.
And what were the accusations against Hassani, do you recall?
Nasser Hassani
Nasser Hassani. So, first of all, I need to mention that he was a member of the KLA. Then, while wearing a KLA uniform and in the name of the KLA and the general staff, he committed some burglaries in houses in a village in Stime, and in the process wounded 3 civilians.
Thank you. Could we go to page PDF 16? That's ERN 082941. And scroll page by page to go to the next page and then the page after. Whose signatures do you see at the end of this page?
siç mund të shihet
As we can see in the document, the first signature is that of the suspect, Nasser Hassani. The signature in the middle is that of the recorder, Osman Hoja. And the third signature is my signature in my capacity as the booking official.
Who took the statement?
As
it can be seen in the document, I took the statement together with Osman Hoja, or with the assistance of Osman Hoja.
You mentioned, do you remember where it was taken?
Yes. The statement was taken in Klitschk.
Where?
Aty ku ka qenë qendra
at the location where the detention center was, on the upper floor of the house, there was a room which was used to interview persons by Mr. Dobruna. Because of limited resources and premises, we would use on some occasions this room upon consent of Mr. Dobruna.
Present when this statement was taken?
Jo.
No. During this statement, Mr. Dobruna was not present. As he himself told me, Dobruna interviewed him after we submitted the case file to him.
Oh, could we go to the next page? That's ERN 082944. If we can, yeah, thank you. Was this also taken in the course of your work on this case?
Yes, because the suspect, Nasser Hassani, had committed a series of violations which were then dealt with in a joint case. I mean, in a joint criminal report, which included the violations committed by the suspect, Nasser Hassani.
You recognize the signatures on this document?
Same as in the previous document, the first signature is that of the suspect Nasser Hassani, the second one is that of Osman Hoja, and the third one is my signature.
082945. Was this also taken in the course of this case?
Yes. This was prepared in the course of this case and then attached to the same, with the same persons as previously, signed by the suspect, the recorder, and the booking official.
Thank you. Could we go page by page from PDF page 21, that's 082946, to PDF page 40, and that's 082965. Mr. Krasniqi, if you could look at these pages as we go through them and tell us if they were taken in the course of this investigation. Can we go to the next page?
Po,
Yes. These were prepared in the course of the same case.
I'll ask you the question again at the end. I'll now move on through the pages. If you can look at each page, and then I'll ask you the question at the end.
mirë, mund të kaloni.
We can go to the next page.
Mund të kaloni.
Again.
Mund të kaloni.
Next one.
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 Kjo është vështirë e lexueshme.
This is hardly legible. The copy is very poor. However, it's more or less its content is more or less clear to me.
And just for the record, the witness was referring to the page ending, the page 082959.
E qartë.
Understood.
Mund të kaloni.
Next one.
Mund të kaloni.
Next one.
Mund të kaloni.
Next one.
Gjithashtu dhe këtë.
Next one.
So all these documents I showed you, were they all part of the Nasser Hassani file?
Po, sakt.
Yes, that's correct. All the documents we saw were part of the file of Nasser Hassani.
And if we can go now to the next page, that's 41. Are these notes part of the Nasser Hassani file?
Këto janë shënime.
These are notes made by one of my associates, whom I mentioned earlier, and are directly related to the case of Nasser Hassani.
Can you tell us who your associate was?
Tash nëse s'ka pengesa ta them nëse.
If I can say this in a public session, I will.
Ka qenë zoti Naim.
It was Mr. Naim Baftiu.
And you mentioned in your statement that he was bringing you information when you were part of ZKZ, and that's in P2007.4, page 3. Now, if we can go to the next page,
Your Honour, is there a question coming after that? I don't know why the prosecution has summarised some evidence there and just left it like that.
She hasn't left yet. So.
What is this?
Këto nuk kanë kurfar relevancë.
They have no relevance to this case or to any other case. These are simply invoices in Serbian which were used by my associate to write things on the back page.
Of the notes, right? The notes were written on this on the back of these receipts.
That's correct, yes.
Can we please now move to page PDF 51, and that's 082976. Do you recognize the signature on this page?
Oh.
Yes. This is the signature of Mr. Baftiu.
If you could please now go to page PDF 53, and that's 082978. And now to page 58, which is 082983. Are these also notes taken by your associate Baftiu regarding the Hassani case?
Janë nga I njëjti.
They are notes of the same associate, however, they might also contain information of other nature, as we can see at the end of the page.
Do you, why in this case, why did you take so many statements?
This was a complicated case in which other soldiers were also involved who provided assistance in one shape or the other, and dozens of witnesses were interviewed in order for us to shed light on the case. Secondly, the other reason is that in the context of the circumstances at the time, we did not have always sufficient time to deal with the case. In this particular case, we gave it more time, and it took more time until we elucidated the case. This is the reason why I mentioned that every case had their own specifics.
He was detained as a result of these proceedings.
Yes, he was detained.
Your Honor, I'd like to tender these additional pages into evidence, and these are 082941 to 082983. And if they are admitted, they could maybe be added to P263, which is the original report.
Any objection?
Your Honour, there's no objection, but I do wish to come back to the point I made earlier, perhaps at another stage when the witness is not here, because the part of the evidence that was put, there was no question and it wasn't a full summary of what the witness said. I know I can return to it in cross-examination, but I don't want to highlight that now. Thank you, Your Honours.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? So 082941 to 082983, is that the full range?
Yes.
It's admitted and will be added to P263.
Thank you. Could we now please have Exhibit TRN IT 0366 P30 and the translation IT 0366 P30A. Do you remember that I showed you this document last week?
Oh, yes.
You know whose handwriting this is?
I think this is the same handwriting, which is that of Mr. Bafdiou.
And if you have a look at the first notes, you can see that there's notes about specific individuals. Is this the type of information that Bafdiou also provided you?
More or less, this is of the same nature.
And if we can go please to the next page. Are these receipts similar to the ones that were used by Bafdiou in the Nasser Hassani case?
I think they are. These must be same or similar invoices.
We could now go to PDF page 11. This is marked U0033322. Do you recognize this signature?
Oh,
Yes.
Whose signature is it?
This is the signature of Mr. Bafdiou.
Your Honor, I'd like to tender this document into evidence.
Any objection? None? Is this just a single page?
No, it's a range of several pages.
That one?
Yes, it's IT03.
IT-03-66 P30, and the translation of P30A is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The document and its English translation will be assigned exhibit number P02018. Classification is public.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to ask about the case of Isnilika. And could we please have, again, 082926 to 083087, and go to page PDF 84, which is 083009. Do you recall this case regarding Isni, a man called Isnilika?
Yes, I do recall it because we discussed this during the preparation session.
In this document, it's stated that he was called to the MP in Sciale Sedlare for a conversation. Does that match your recollection?
Yes, I recall that the military police squad in Sedlar informed us about the case, and we dealt with it.
Actions against him were
I think there were suspicions or indications of collaboration.
Thank you. Now, could we go to PDF page 85, which is ERN 083010? So this is dated 2nd of January. Was this part of the Isnilika file?
Yes, this is a document that is connected to Isnilika's case. It's a statement taken by the squad commander at Sedlar.
Do you know who signed it?
As I said, it was the commander of the military police squad at Sedlar named Avnishala.
And here it confirms that Lika was taken for an interview on the 2nd of January, which was also noted in the previous document. Do you confirm? Is that according to your recollection?
Yes, that's what must have happened.
Please go to PDF page 82, that's ERN 083007. And if we could see the signatures on that, thank you. Was this also part of the file?
I can state that this was the last document of the case in point.
And whose signatures do we see?
Këto nënshkrime janë
The signatures belong to the following people. The first is the suspect, even though it states there that he was a witness. In the middle, you see the signature of Shevchet Bulekbashi, and the one on the right belongs to Mr. Sokol Dobruna.
Who carried out the interview in this case?
me qenë se ishim në
Given that we had only just begun to take our responsibilities as military police within the brigade, and that the case was reported by the settler people, and in the absence of sufficient legal knowledge of how to handle these cases, we went to consult Mr. Dobruna, who expressed his willingness to accompany us, and on this occasion he did the interviewing, so he questioned Husnilike.
Okay, could we go please to the next page, and that's PDF 83, ERN 083008. Is this also part of the Lika file?
me aq sa mua me kujtohet edhe ky dokument.
Yes, from what I recall, this document forms part of the same case file too.
If we can scroll down, the Albanian, thank you. Do you know who signed it?
Këto ku është
On the right, we see the squad commander, who was Avnishane. However, the signature is not his. It looks like what's written there is P.U. Abea. If I am deciphering this correctly, Abea was the nickname of the military policeman of this squad named Afrim Shamoli.
Thank you. And do you know, to your knowledge, did Dobruna issue a decision in this case?
si që thash.
As I stated earlier, the document shown earlier was the final document of this case file, and he did not deem it necessary or well-grounded for the case to continue any further. Mr. Dobruna, that is, and I consider that case to have been closed there and then.
Do you know if Lika was ever detained in Klečka?
Nuk, për atë që mund të them.
What I'm able to state here is that he might have been detained, but that he was not detained by the military policemen of Brigade 121, even on the occasion that he might have been detained.
I'd like to tender this document, these pages into evidence, and these are 083007 to 083010.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
None?
If they could,
083007 to 083010 are admitted.
Could they be added to P 2010?
If no objection, it will be added to P 2010.
Thank you. I'd like to now move on to the case that you refer to as Kroimir case. You have discussed in your statement the case of 4 military police officers and a soldier and Recep Selimi's involvement in the case, and this is at P2007, P.4, pages 10 to 17. Could we please bring up page PDF 130 of this same range, and that is 083055. Here we can see a statement by Faik Shala. Is this one of the victims in the case?
Correct, yes. He's one of the victims of the individuals you mentioned. He comes from the village Ngutsak.
And can we go to the next page, please? Here at the bottom it states that he added a biography and a medical report. So if we can move to the next page. Is this one of his attachments?
Yes, that is correct. It is an autobiography of Mr. Shala, a brief one, and I think that he himself compiled it.
For the 083057. Could we go to the next page? That is 083058. Is this the medical report that he attached?
This report also forms part of the documentation of this case. It is a medical report in which the injuries that Mr. Shala had suffered are reflected.
Can we go now to page PDF 138? That's ERN 083063. So, if we can move to the next page. This is a declaration by Elmi Olluri. And if we, was this also part of the file?
Yes, this is Dr. Elmi Olluri, who submitted a complaint against some suspects, and this was attached to the case file.
Pages and scroll page by page until page 083066.
Dokumentin që kam përpara është
This is the same document that we saw earlier of the doctor, that is. However, this here is in handwriting. In order to be able to read it more easily, we transcribed it and typed it out.
Next page and then to the one after that. Yeah, and to the next one. Oh, sorry. If we can go back. This was This was the end of the statement by Olluri, right?
Yes, this is the end of the statement of Dr. Olluri, and as you can see there, I think he writes in there, I send you my greetings, Dr. Elmi Olluri.
PDF page 144, which is ERN 083069. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. This is a statement taken from the detained individual, one of the 5 detained persons. This is what this document contains. This was a statement taken and signed by Mr. Osman Hoxha.
Just so that the record is clear, when you say detained individual, do you mean a suspect or a victim?
It's what was mentioned earlier, that there were 4 military policemen who were suspects, including this soldier, one of the regular soldiers of the KLA.
PDF 145, which is ERN 083070. Is this also part of the case file?
Yes, it is.
If we can scroll down, thank you. Do you recognize the signatures?
Yes. It's the individual, the victim mentioned earlier, Mr. Faik Shala, and the person who took the statement is Mr. Osman Hoxha.
Go to the next page, that's ERN 083072. Is this also part of the case file?
This is a document of a person who was questioned in the capacity of a witness, and it is related to the case of the suspects.
Thank you. The suspects in the Kroimir case.
Yes, those ones.
Next page. Do you recognize the signatures on this page?
Yes. The signature of the witness whose statement was taken and of Mr. Osman Hoxha.
Could we please move to the next page? That's ERN 083074. Is this also part of the case file?
Yes, this document also forms part of this case file. It's another witness, if I'm not mistaken. And there are, in fact, two witnesses and two signatures, and the note taker and the booking official again continues to be Mr. Asman Hoca.
And can we please go to the next page, that's ERN 083075. Same question, is it also related to the case of Kroimir?
Po, pikërisht.
Yes, it is related to the Kroimir case, and it has been signed by the person giving this statement and by Asman Hoca, who was signed in both capacities as the note taker and the booking official.
Go to page PDF 134, and that is ERN 083059. Do you recognize this document?
Po, e kam.
Yes, I do.
The Kroimir case.
Po.
Yes.
Ky dokument është I
This is a document which has been signed by the brigade commander.
Could we now go to page PDF 137, that's ERN 083062. This is also dated 30th of April. Do you recognize this document?
Po.
Yes.
Ky dokument është
This is a document which has been signed by Mr. Nejmi Krasniqi.
Part of the Kroimir case.
Po ka qenë.
Yes, it was.
Could we please go to PDF page 142, and that is ERN 083067. And this is an order dated 30th of April. Do you recognize it?
Po, e kam parë.
Yes, I do.
Was it done in the course of your work on the Kroimir case?
Ky në fakt është një ftesë.
In fact, this is a summons to two military policemen who are being asked to report to the military police command in Kletsk.
Were these two of the suspects?
Po, dy të dëshurit.
Yes, these are two of the five suspects.
And who signed this document?
E ka nënshkruar zot.
It was signed by Mr. Nejmi Krasniqi.
Could we please now go to page 135 in PDF and ERN 083060. Do you recognize this report? This is dated 30th of April.
Po, e kam parë.
Yes, I do.
Was it part of the case?
Po.
Yes.
Zoti
Mr. Nejmi Krasniqi.
Please go to the next page. Same questions in relation to this document. Was it part of the case file?
Pokacan.
Yes, it was.
Ashtu zoti Nejmi.
Mr. Krasniqi.
F143, that's ERN 083068, and this is a decision dated 1st of May. Do you recognize this document?
Po, e kam parë.
Yes, I do.
E kanë nënshkruar zot.
It was signed by Mr. Nejmi Krasniqi.
The first paragraph, it's stated what the allegations against the 4 people were. And it states that they committed arbitrary arrest, mistreatment of civilian, isolation of persons, and so on. To your recollection, were these the allegations against the suspect in the Kroimir case?
Po, pikërisht ka.
Yes. There were arrests. The more adequate term is arbitrary arrest. There were cases of mistreatment of civilians, all of which are based upon the statements made by the individuals, the civilians that form part of the case.
In the second sentence, in the second paragraph at the end, there is a reference to Shalazon. Can you clarify what that is referring to?
Po, mundem.
Yes, I can. The reference here is not to the operational zone of Shala, but for the settler, for some houses. We're talking about the areas inhabited in Shala or around it.
Thank you. And this is the decision to strip these suspects of their military police status. To your knowledge, was it implemented?
Po, është zbatuar.
Yes, it was implemented. However, let me add that the decision was taken by the brigade commander.
Të nënshkruar nga dikush.
What I see here is a decision signed by someone else. However, it is based on the order of the brigade commander who had the powers to issue this kind of decision.
Thank you. Could we please go to page PDF 158, and this is ERN 083083. And this is an announcement dated 15th of May. Do you recognize this document?
Oh.
Yes.
Case referred to as Kroimir case?
Oh.
Yes.
Zoti Nejmi Krasniqi.
Mr. Nejmi Krasniqi.
Could we please bring up PRN 124959 to 124990 and go to the PDF page 30, which is ERN 124988. Do you remember providing this document to the SPO last week?
Po e sakt.
Yes, correct.
Ky dokument patjetër që është marrë
This document would have been obtained at the time of these events or when this decision was taken. However, I found it much later, as was the case with other documents. It was found as part of some of my personal documents.
Is the signature on it?
po.
Yes.
Në nënshkrimin e këtë dokument,
This document was signed by the brigade commander, Mr. Haji Shala.
This document consistent with the other documents issued by Ajishala and the brigade command.
tash formati
It is not true that there was a standard format. As you can see, some documents were printed out of a computer, others on a typewriter, but it is one of the formats used by the brigade. I am aware of this case, however, and I know that this was issued by the brigade.
To the Kroimir case.
gjithsesi ka të bëjë.
Yes, certainly.
Explain at point 1 what it means with the complaint is dismissed.
Bazuar në një shkresë para
On the basis of a document we saw earlier, which said that the brigade commander has taken an issue to strip the military policemen of the status of military policemen and for them to be transferred to a different unit to serve as privates of the KLA. Pursuant to this, they sent a complaint up to the brigade commander. Having assessed them, the brigade commander dismissed these complaints as unfounded, these complaints made on the 1st of May 1999.
Your Honor, I'd like to tender the documents that I've used so far, and these are 083055 to 083075, 083083, and 124988.
Any objection?
Your Honours, we don't object to the documents that we've had notice of, except the last one, which was notified very late, as we've highlighted before. So we would object to that last one being admitted on the same basis. Otherwise, there'd be no consequence for the SPO in doing this with this witness or other witnesses before the end of the prosecution case.
083055, 083075, 0830. 8, is it 85? 83.
Sorry, Your Honor. I was tendering the range of 083055 to 083075 and 083083.
I'll start over. 083055 to 083075 is admitted also 083082 and 124988.
03083.
And it was 083083.
The last document objected to by Mr. Dixon is the objection is overruled based upon our previous ruling.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just for the clarity, I'll repeat once again. The first document is the range 083055 to 083075 and single page 083083. And those are to be added to P02010? The last one originates, the last one is the page where we also already had a couple of pages admitted as P02015. So, yes, so the page 124959, 124988 to 124988 will be added to exhibit P02015. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to go back to the evidence that you've already provided about this case. You stated that you summoned the suspect to your office, disarmed them, and put them in prison in Klečka. I'm referring to P2007.4, pages 11-13, and you said that Dobruna wasn't there, and the case could affect the public opinion, and the KLA and Recep Selimi came. That's all at that reference. Now, how important was this case?
First of all, I would like to make a correction. They were summoned in the same office, in the office where Mr. Dobruna interviewed the suspects, which in fact was not our office, but which we used at times because we did not have enough premises. This case was important to us because it damaged directly the reputation of the KLA in the eyes of the population. And this was absolutely important to us all. And also there were numerous complaints against these people, not only from civilians, but also from soldiers. Hence the size and volume of the case.
Was discussed at a higher level.
Precisely, on this occasion I needed to consult with Mr. Dobruna. I went to see him, but from what I know he was not present, so I came back. The person who informed me that about Mr. Dobruna's absence might have been Mr. Curziu or somebody else, whom I informed about the reasons I wanted to meet with Mr. Dobruna. However, the confrontation with the suspects occurred on the next day.
You have provided details about this incident in your statement, and that's already in evidence, so I'll just ask you a couple of more details. Did you continue investigating this case once Recep Selimi released the suspect?
I think we should make a distinction or a clarification. Until the moment the suspects were confronted in the presence of Mr. Selimi. The case was being qualified as suspicions or about for criminal offenses. After this case was closed and they were released, then we, within Brigade 121, treated the case as a disciplinary violation based on the competencies of the brigade commander, and this is what occurred.
From what you say, my understanding is that the decision to dismiss them as military police officer came after the meeting with Selimi. Is that correct?
That is correct, because such an action was within the powers or competencies of the brigade commander.
Recall if Recep Selimi took notes during that meeting.
Tani është pas viteve që
Given this was a long time ago, I might not be very specific or certain about this detail. I am not certain that he did take notes. It might be the case, but I'm not sure.
Could we please have ERN SPOE 00226483 to SPOE 00226489? And these are handwritten minutes dated 1st of May. Do you remember seeing this document last week?
Yes. I saw this document for the first time last week during the preparation session. This document was not part of the case file documents which we prepared within the brigade.
Thank you. And at the top it says 121 Bashkim Fino. From your evidence, that was your pseudonym. Is that correct?
në brigadën 100
In Brigade 121 Ismet Yashari Kumanova, there was no other individual who went by the same pseudonym.
Nuk e dia, kuptova drejt, ndoshta
Perhaps I was misunderstood. There was no other person than me with the same pseudonym, which means that this person must be me.
Military police duties. Here it's noted Sherbim Informative Intelligence Service. Those were also your duty in May 99.
po tash detyrat kanë qenë ato që
The duties were as explained in the beginning of the hearing when we were discussing the appointment.
And then we can see a number of allegations listed here, including arbitrary imprisonment, unreported isolations, use of physical violence. Are these allegations consistent with those against the military policeman and the soldier in the Kroimir case?
nuk e di nga
I do not know who wrote this document. We already discussed about this. However, I can say that it is related to the case we've been discussing until now, which is the Kroimir case.
If we can please go to the next page. These are notes regarding Ajishala. Was he involved in the Kroimir case?
po patjetër.
Yes, he was involved because we saw a series of documents which proved that he was involved. This was treated as a disciplinary case by Mr. Shala.
Can go to the 2 pages from here, so page 5. At the top, there's notes about Aivas Corpusi. Was this one of the suspects?
Po, një.
Yes, one of the suspects and one of the detainees.
Next page. Same question. Was Sule Cerici also one of the suspects?
Po.
Yes, same.
We can go to the next page. Arsim Haziri, was he also one of the suspects?
Po, gjithashtu.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to tender this document into evidence.
The entire range that you mentioned first?
Yes.
Is there any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, the same objection. All of that evidence could have been given without showing the witness the document. And his evidence on those matters, which is of course legitimate, is being used as a way to get in a document that he knows nothing about, not part of the case file, not written by him.
The objection is overruled. SPOE 00226483 to 00226489 is admitted as meeting the prima facie standard of Rule 138.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have a question about the translation. We have 2 translations, English translations, one ending at 6489 and 6490.
The ending 89 is the correct range.
Thank you. And the document will receive exhibit number P02019, and classification is confidential. Thank you.
Did you discuss this case?
Can it be reclassified?
Yes, Your Honor.
It can be reclassified as public.
In 1999, did you discuss the Kroimir case with anyone else?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I think Your Honors will know why. I can do it with the witness here in general terms, or I could do it in the absence of the witness.
Witness will be excused for a few minutes.
Thank you, Your Honors. Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. The last document was incorrectly admitted as P02018. It should be P02019. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Dixon now.
Thank you, Honest, for the opportunity. This goes back to the objection that I raised yesterday about paragraphs 97 and 98 of Prep Note 2, which concern an entirely new allegation against my client. If Your Honours had the opportunity to look at the pre-trial brief, paragraph 145, where the allegations in relation to this case are set out, they do not mention my client in any way whatsoever. So this is the first time that the allegation has been put to us. Your Honours ruled yesterday that it should not be excluded because it was not being offered for admission by the prosecution. But if the prosecution are going to ask the questions today, then it is now being offered for admission by leading live evidence. The late notice is not remedied simply because the prosecution leads it live, as opposed to if it was in some written form. So we're objecting on the basis that it's entirely new. We've never been notified about it before. And Your Honours, it's not remedied by saying that we could investigate and bring the witness back, because the inverted commas damage will be done when the witness comes today and gives that evidence, if he does. And we are not in a position to be able to cross-examine on it because it was so late. Plus also, as I've stressed before, the prosecution has to have some consequence for late notice. Otherwise, they're going to keep raising new allegations. They can't do that when they've had ample years and years and years to do it, to raise it for the first time now. So therefore, the remedy has to be, in our submission, that it should be excluded, and the prosecution should not be able to lead this evidence live. That's our request, Your Honours.
Thank you. All right, our previous ruling will still apply, that the questions may be asked. Please bring the witness back in. Sorry, we will continue now with questions.
So, in 1999, after this incident, did you discuss this with anyone? With anyone else?
This case was discussed in the brigade with somebody at the general staff, and also after several days it was discussed also with Mr. Kadriveseli.
That discussion with Mr. Kadriveseli, when did that happen?
As I said, this occurred after some days. I wouldn't know exactly how many days after. He asked for me in the premises, in the building where we stayed in Thaçi. I don't know if he found me there on the second or third occasion. So we left the building and he asked me about the case, what had happened or what was happening.
I asked you exactly, do you recall?
He asked about the content of the case. What was this about? Because it's likely that he had heard about the case as such.
Told him the details of the case?
I wouldn't say in detail because this was a short conversation. However, I can say that I informed him in general terms provided him with a summary.
Do you recall whether you mentioned the allegations against the suspect, or what the allegations were?
Tash ne nuk kemi marrë
We did not document this conversation, therefore I am not able to give you the exact words of our conversation. But logically, we would have mentioned the basis for that led to the detention of the persons in question.
Mr. Veseli replied.
lidhur me
In relation to the actions in their regard, I did not really receive an answer, nor did I ask him anything. As I said, the case file contained much more documents, many more. There were numerous complaints from citizens and soldiers against the persons in question. However, on the day of the confrontation, Mr. Recep Selimi took the whole file with him in order to review it, and he had to return it a week later. On that occasion, I mentioned the case file matter with Mr. Veseli, to which he reacted saying, "You made a mistake," because he will not return that file to you anymore.
Thank you. And at that time, did you know who Kadri Veseli was?
natyrisht që e dija.
Of course, I knew, not only me, but as I said yesterday, at the brigade command, we knew the majority of the positions of the members of the general staff because of our geographical, physical proximity with them.
Or what did you know to his position to be?
Po gjatë luftës
During the war, he was initially known as the leader or the chief of the ZKZ, and then later on, after the establishment of SHIK, he led SHIK.
And before that day, had you ever had any other meeting with Mr. Veseli, such as this one?
takim për të
A meeting to discuss a similar matter? No. I might have seen him, but it never occurred that we dealt with any specific case or matter.
Any other occasion after this meeting?
Gjithashtu mund ta kem
I might have seen him, but to be more specific, after the war, he offered me to join SHIK.
And did you join SHIK eventually?
po ofertë
Yes, I received this offer, as I recall, towards the end of '99, and gave my answer or my decision to join sometime in the beginning 2000 or spring 2000.
I note the time, and I note that I've gone over my allotted time. I still would like to have a little bit more time to complete the examination. I have about 4 pages and a few more documents that I'd like the witness to authenticate.
Can you estimate the time, please?
I would think at least 45 minutes, Your Honor.
We'll break now. Witness will have a lunch break at this time. We'll be back at 2:30. Please don't speak to anyone about your testimony. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Ms. Iodice, there's one document that you use but haven't offered for admission, and I wanted to check whether it's an omission or whether that was intentional. That's SPOE 00226490. It's an instruction from Petrit Uimiri, dated the 19th of December of 1998.
I didn't want to tender it, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please bring the, or Madam Usher, I'm sorry, please bring the witness in. All right, witness, we continue with questions from the prosecution. You have the floor, Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Krasniqi. I'd like to ask you whether you recall a person by the name of Sami Duga.
Personi Sami Duga.
I remember this individual, Sami Duga, roughly as somebody who was interviewed somewhere, somehow. I can't recall anymore. If you were to offer me some evidence that might jog my memory, that would be fine. Sami Duga, if I recall correctly, was arbitrarily detained by these suspects, and that's all I remember about it.
Please.
Prikrištvo.
Yes, exactly.
Was ever detained in Klečka?
E kam mësuar këtë fakt
I heard of it during the Klečka case, so when going through the paperwork of the Klečka case, that's when I learned that he had been detained. I did not know this during the war.
To the case of Petri 082926, 083087 at page 9, which is ERN 082934. And for the record, this is already admitted as Exhibit P264.
What was the name again of the person you're talking about?
Petrit Hoxha.
Thank you.
Do you recognize this document?
Po, e kam parë.
Yes, I do.
Test you dealt with?
Po, e saktë.
Yes, correct.
Signatures at the bottom.
Po,
Yes, I do.
Sartos.
në nënshkrimi
The authorized individual who has signed this criminal report is myself. On the left of this document, with the date of 15th of September 1999, you'll find the signature of the military prosecutor who has received the case file.
Move to page 10 of the PDF, which is ERN 082935. Do you recognize this document?
po, në të
Yes, certainly.
This file?
po, është
Yes, this is the statement taken from the suspect.
Page. And to the next page again. Do you recognize the signatures at the bottom of this statement?
po, në nënshkrim
Yes, at the bottom you see the statement by the suspect Petrit Hoxha and the booking official who on this occasion is Asman Hoxha.
Page, which is ERN 082938. Do you recognize this report?
po, e kam
Yes, I saw this as part and parcel of this case, and I think that this is the initial document that set off this whole case.
And do you recall if you received it?
po, përderisa është ka qenë
Yes, given that it became part of the documentation of the case, I would certainly have seen it.
Now go to page PDF 123, and that is ERN 083048. Are you able to tell if this document was part of the Petri Toja case?
Unë kam menduar
I thought that it ought to belong to the Petri Toja case file, even though the dates appear not to correspond to that case, because otherwise I cannot connect it to any other case.
Do you recognize the signature on it?
Po, është nën
Yes, it is the signature of Mr. Nedjmi Krasniqi.
Do you recall if Petri Toja was detained in Klečka prison?
Unë personalisht
I have not taken the statement personally, and neither have I seen him, Petri Toja, physically. However, from all I know, and based on the case file, this individual should have been detained.
dhe nëse
But even if he had been detained, I still don't know who would have sent him to the detention center.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to tender these additional pages into evidence, and these are 082935 to 082938 and 083048. And if admitted, could they be added to Exhibit P264?
Any objection? Zero 082935 to 083048. I'm sorry. Let me start over. 083035 to 083038 plus 083048 are admitted.
Your Honor, may I clarify the RN numbers? I tendered 082935 to 082938 and 083048.
All right, my mistake, thank you. They are admitted.
Can I just clarify? Yesterday we admitted pages 082934 to 082937 as associated exhibits as P02010.
Yes, so then there would be only 38 and 083048.
And they should be added to 2010.
10, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Pages
you.
082938 and 083048 will be added to Exhibit P02010. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like now to bring you to the case of Osman Corpuzi. Could we please go to page PDF 77 of this document, and that is 083002. Do you recall this case?
po,
Yes. This is criminal report number 2 sent to the military court, to the military prosecutor, and it was handed over to Mr. Sokol Dobruno, military court chief, on the 19th of, on the 1st of February 1999.
And do you recognize the signatures at the bottom?
Po,
Yes.
ky kallëzim penal
I prepared this criminal report, and it was signed by Mr. Nejmi Krasniqi, who at the time was the chief of the military police platoon of Brigade 121, and to the left is the signature of Mr. Sokol Dobruna, including receipt of the weapon that the suspect used to commit the offense.
Thank you. Could we now go to the next page, that is ERN 083003. And do you recognize this document?
Po natyrisht që e kam pa,
Yes, I certainly do, because I took the statement of this suspect and it contains my signature too.
And again to the next page. We can, thank you. And this is the end of the statement with your signatures at the bottom?
po,
Yes. In the middle and on the right you find my signature, whilst to the left is the signature of the suspect.
Please go to page PDF 124, which is ERN 083049. Do you recognize this document?
po, sigurisht.
Yes, certainly.
Issued as part of the Corpusi case?
Po,
Yes. It is part of the Corpusi casework, but not with the criminal report submitted to Mr. Sokol Dobruna. This document includes activities carried out after the case file had been handed over.
Who signed it? Who issued it?
dokumenti është lëshuar
The document was issued by the commander of Brigade 121, and in it he asks the chief of the military police platoon, the chief of military police, which was myself, in which the weapons which Osman Corpusi had obtained in an irregular manner should be seized from him and sent to Klečk to the 121 brigade.
Po.
Yes.
Decision was issued in this case.
Jo vetëm për këtë rast, mirë.
I have no knowledge of this case or of any other case in which a decision would have been taken.
You know if Osman Corpusi was detained?
Po.
Yes, he was. That's correct.
Është ndaluar, mendoj nga njësia.
I think he was detained by the unit at Sedlar, but I do not know who it was who sent him to the detention center in Klečk.
Your Honor, I'd like to tender these documents. These are ERN 083002 to 083006 and 083049.
Any objection? No objection as entered. 083002 through 083006 and 083049 are all admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. These pages will be added to P02010. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to bring you to the case of Islam Chadraku. Do you remember this case?
Yes, I do.
To PDF page 61, which is ERN 082986. Do you recognize this document?
Ky dokument ka qenë pjesë.
This document formed part of the case file of Chadraku, even though it is a bit difficult to read in the Albanian language.
Signed it.
Ky duhet jetë nënshkrimi.
It must be the signature of Mr. Nejmi Krasniqi.
59 of this document, and that is ERN 082984, which is already admitted as Exhibit P260. Is this the criminal report related to the Islam Chadraku file?
Po.
Yes, it is the criminal report, which must have been prepared by Mr. Asman Hoxha and signed by Mr. Nejmi Krasniqi. On the left, you see that it has been admitted or accepted by the military prosecutor as me Griezi.
Thank you. And could we, Your Honor, I'd like to tender page 082986 into evidence.
Monsieur Dice, could you perhaps go back to the previous document at page 61 of the PDF? That's 082986. You asked the witness about the signature on the right. Could you ask him about the signature to the left, if he's able to identify it?
Yes. Do you know whose signature we can see on the left side of this document?
I can understand it from what's been written there, the name of Ilir Dukoli, but I cannot tell you which Ilir they are talking about.
Thank you.
Was there an objection to the tender of 082986?
Your Honor, the witness has said that he couldn't read the document in the Albanian language. And we also note that the signature on this document and the previous document that was put to the witness, the signatures do differ on a visible, it's quite visible that they are different. And we obviously see an English version with a name next to it. So we cannot at this stage ascertain whether or not the witness is identifying that signature because he sees an English version with the name Nejmeddin Krasniqi, because he says it must be Nejmeddin Krasniqi's signature.
We should respond.
Yes, Your Honor. The witness has stated that it is not very legible, but it belongs to the case file of Islam Chadraku. He saw this document in prep, without seeing the English translation to the second point the defense raised. However, he has commented sufficiently for the purposes of Rule 138.
The document will be admitted, which is 082986, meets the minimum for the prima facie qualifications of Rule 138. It's admitted. Please assign a number.
Thank you, Your Honor. Page 082986 will be added to the exhibit P02010. Thank you.
Now moving on to the case of Behram Krasniqi. Could we please go to page 4 of the PDF, that is ERN 082929. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, certainly.
Do you recognize the signatures on it?
It's yes, it's a criminal report against the suspect individual. It must have been prepared by Mr. Asman Hoxha. It has been signed by Mr. Nejmi Krasniqi. Likewise, this document was accepted by Mr. Sokol Dobruna.
Signature under the printed name of Nejmi Krasniqi.
Yes, I do. It is his routine signature, even though I'm not an expert in handwriting matters, so it must be his own.
On the left side, is that Sokol Dobruna's signature?
Yes, as I said earlier, this signature, above it, it says accepted or admitted on the 8th of June 1999, and the signature is that of Mr. Sokol Dobruna.
This is the case against Behram Krasniqi. I believe the transcript recorded Bayram.
Yes, yes, you're right. It's Behram Krasniqi.
Thank you. Could we go to the next page, that is ERN 082930. Is this also part of the Krasniqi file?
Yes, this is the document of the statement of the platoon commander that set off this case.
Go to the next page. Is this also part of the file?
This document, called a statement, is the result of the questioning of Mr. Behram Krasniqi done by Asman Hoxha, and both parties have signed on to it.
And can we go to the next page? And if we go to the next page, then we'll see the signatures on this document. Is this also part of the file?
Yes. I I didn't concentrate heavily enough, but it may be the same document which would initially have been taken in handwriting and then typed out.
Thank you. I would like to tender these pages into evidence. This is 082929 to 082933.
Any objection?
We have no objection to admissibility, but it has come up that these cases, like Behram Krasniqi, are not noticed in the pretrial brief or the indictment. So in terms of what it can be used for, we object to the use of it for other than what has been stated before, to explore what duties the witness had.
Do you have any other intention?
Your Honor, the primary purpose of tendering these documents in this manner is to show the duties of the witness, the policy that was followed, what the work of his unit did, and how it functioned.
Mr. President, if I may just put on the record, the use of the word "the primary purpose" suggests there's a secondary purpose, and we object to any other purpose.
Well, we don't know of any other purpose right now, so that's what we will restrict ourselves to.
Thank you.
082929 to 082933 is inclusive, is admitted, or are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Those pages will be added to Exhibit P02010. Thank you.
Now, witness, I have a few more questions for you. While interviewing suspects, do you recall whether defense counsel was present?
Fillimisht, nëse do t'ju...
If I am to respond directly, I can state that there was no defense counsel present.
Sokol Dobruna ever tell you whether a defense counsel should be present?
Të gjitha udhëzimet që
All the instructions that he gave to us starting from the beginning of December, we implemented them entirely. We did not receive such an instruction, meaning that a lawyer should be present. In particular, considering the circumstances and the conditions, even if he had given such an instruction, we wouldn't have been able to implement it. He did not give such instruction. I confirm we did not have this instruction, nor did we have any resources or qualified persons to appoint as a lawyer. Also, I did not know more in terms of procedure because I only implemented what was given to me.
Thank you. Now I'd like to ask you about the Ladrovts prison. In your statement, and this is at P2007.3, pages 21 to 22, you mentioned that you heard about the existence of a prison in Ladrovts. Now, did you ever go to Ladrovts?
The issue of Ladrovts was mentioned, I think, for the first time in the Klečka case. However, I think this was not sufficiently elaborated. What I know is that there was no prison in Ladrovts. One case outside Brigade 121 was directed there, which was dealt with by Mr. Sokol Dobruna. Now, the reason I am aware of this case is that at that time I was in Terpez, close to Ladrovts, and Sokol Dobruna took me with him in order for me to see how an interview is conducted, in order to learn from him. This is what I can say in relation to Ladrovts.
when you went with Dobruna?
I am not able to give you a time period because I did not keep notes, because this was not my case or that of Brigade 121. This was a soldier detained who was from another zone and was brought in before Mr. Dobruna, who dealt with the case.
Thank you. And do you recall who the suspect was?
Yes. The suspect was Hamdi Thaçi, known by the pseudonym Rushi. He was accused of a conflict he had had with one of his superior officers in Drenica, namely that the suspect would have attempted to use his weapon against him.
Officer, did he try to use his weapon against?
Based on what I can remember, it was Mr. Sahit Yashari.
The outcome of the case?
More specifically, I remember that he was interviewed for the first time by Mr. Dobruna. On the second or the third occasion, I'd rather say on the second occasion, when he went to interview him again, he took me with him, but we did not find the detainee at the location where he was detained.
Where was the detainee? How come you could not find him?
As you may understand now my role, I was only an observer in this case, nothing more. What I do recall is that somebody to whom Mr. Dobruna spoke said that somebody had come and released that person the night before.
What was Dobruna's reaction to that?
We started our journey back, and this was part of the conversation, the case, and I remember that, amongst other things, he said to me, "This is a bad example," because I would have released him as well. It was not my intention to execute him either, but I would have released him following some regular, proper procedures, and thus sending a message to the soldiers in order to strengthen and reinforce discipline. Whereas this way of doing will have a counter effect and send the opposite message.
Thank you. So I'd like to now ask you a question about a different topic. Do you recall a KLA member called Sami Vehapi?
Yes, I recall it. Sami Vehapi must have initially been an ordinary soldier of the KLA like many others. Then, with time, he must have become military policeman at the zone level, or somewhere else, but he was not within our brigade.
Do you know that he was military police at the zone level?
I cannot possibly remember everything with the highest accuracy. I think he might have been. I cannot be absolutely certain, as I am when I'm speaking about persons who were members of Brigade 121.
Mr. Krasniqi, I only have a couple of more questions for you, which I will put to you in fairness to you, so that you can provide your answer. And acknowledging the fact that you were tried in Kosovo for events that took place at the Klečka prison. Did you ever take part in mistreatment of people who were detained in Klečka?
No, never. I think this was also established in the Klečka case by a final decision.
And I'd like to put the proposition to you that you saw and did more that you are aware, that you are willing to share, and that you knew that detainees were being mistreated in Klečka. What do you say to that?
Could you please repeat the question?
It is the proposition that I'd like to put to you is that you saw and did more than you are willing to share, and that you knew that detainees were being mistreated in Klečka.
No, this was absolutely not true, because first of all, I'm not aware of any mistreatments having taken place there, and secondly, it was not within my duties to know about that. So it was impossible for me to know, considering that I don't even know whether these things happened at all. Even if they did happen, I was not in a position to know.
Further question.
Your Honor, can I just clarify before the prosecution stops asking questions whether that's a proposition from the prosecution, or what is the basis or the source of that proposition? Because that's a direct attack potentially on the credibility of the witness. Is that coming from the prosecution or another source?
I wonder whether I should answer in the absence of the witness, Your Honor.
You can answer.
It comes from the evidence we have in our proceedings regarding the witness involvement in mistreatment.
Yes.
So it is the prosecution's case then, as I understand it.
Mr. Salimi's attorney, it's your cross-examination.
Was that a question from counsel from Thaçi or?
No, there's nothing on the table.
Okay, I thought the clarification, maybe I can ask the clarification then. So it's the prosecution's case?
That's what she said.
Okay, thank you. If you just bear with me 1 second, I'll just get myself sorted.
And we will take a break at 3:30.
Thank you, Your Honour. Good afternoon, Mr. Krasniqi. My name is Jeffrey Roberts. I'm counsel for Mr. Salimi. I'll be asking you some questions this afternoon and probably tomorrow morning as well. Obviously, if any of my questions are not clear, please feel free to ask me to rephrase or to repeat them. And please keep your answers focused on my questions as you have been doing so far. Is that all clear?
It's all.
That's clear.
So I'd just like to start off with your arrival into Kosovo and in April 1998, which you told the SBO about in your interview, and how you had various attempts to enter the country which were unsuccessful. Do you recall telling the SBO that?
Yes, that's correct.
Ultimately, you were taken by an imam to Likots, and you didn't know this imam from Albania, but he took it upon himself to help you.
He was from the municipality of Klina. At that time, he had come to Albania to get weapons, supplies, and then go back to Kosovo.
Knew the way in. Is that right?
Yes, because he had done that journey on other occasions as well.
And was Likots the first place you arrived into?
We traveled through territories. We paused for a few minutes in Drenoc in Zatric, and then we did not make any other stops until Likots.
Area that many people coming into to Kosovo from Albania would go to.
That's correct. That's correct.
Arrived, you told the SPO that after you rested, you went to see a person called Agron, and I think you mentioned that again in court this morning. Do you recall that?
The person in charge of the group from Albania to Likos was Ramiz Qerici Luani. We were part of the group. I went and met him in person. This process was led by Luan, but we were together.
And when did you learn, and you told us that, in your interview, so that's P206.1, revised, corrected, part 1, pages 12 to 13, that you learned later on that Agron was Recep Salimi. When did this happen? When did you learn it?
I might have learned this after a few weeks. I am not able to tell you exactly when. However, it was before the offensive of 1998.
Now, you told the SPO that Agron also told you that Fatme Limay, Haji Shala, and Ismet Yashari were all in Klečka. And that's why you requested to go there as well. Do you remember telling the SPO that?
From the moment I left Switzerland in the direction of Kosovo, my final destination was the location where Mr. Limay and the others that you mentioned were. I did not know, though, which location exactly they were in. I learned this from Mr. Salimi, whom I knew at the time as Agron.
three had all gone voluntarily by themselves to Klečka, is that right? Before you arrived?
When I arrived, they were in Klečk, or I found them in Klečk, because they had entered Kosovo several weeks before, at least 2-3 weeks before.
They had just gone there of their own choice. Is that fair?
Objection, Foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead. You may answer.
I think it's difficult for me to give a precise answer as to how they went there. They are the only persons who can give that precise answer. All I can say is that I found them in Klečk. I'm not excluding the possibility of it being as you're putting it. However, it is difficult for me to give you an accurate answer.
Fair enough. Do you know if they had family links to the area?
Mr. Lima, yes. He had.
Consistent with what most KLA volunteers did, to your knowledge, when they arrived into Kosovo, they went to the areas where they had family connections or friends. Is that fair?
If we're talking about the time period before the first offensive, this could be the case. And people mostly operated in this manner.
To be clear, we're talking about the time of your arrival, April, May 1998.
Precisely.
Permission to go to Klečka, did you?
I don't know what to say about this.
I'll rephrase it. When you told the SBO that you requested to go to Klečka, is it more accurate to say that you were informing people that you were going there to go with Mr. Limaj, Mr. Shala, and the third member that you mentioned, Ismet Yashari?
Since I think that Mr. Selimi informed Mr. Limaj that I was in Ligots, shortly after a few days, Mr. Limaj came and picked me up in Ligots.
And it was your wish to go there, to Klečka?
Certainly that it was my wish, but also when Mr. Limaj left Switzerland to go to Kosovo and I remained there for a little more time, the purpose, the aim was to be together because we had left Kosovo.
Okay. And Mr. Selimi, or Agron, as you described him at the time, he wasn't directing you to that unit, was he?
To be correct, and when we were in Albania, Daya told us, you go and get in touch with Agron, he will then give you further directions. But when I met with him, with Mr. Selimi, I asked him, where is Mr. Limaj? He told me about his whereabouts, contacted him and informed him, I don't know, probably through the phone, who then came and took me. this does not mean that he delivered any or gave me any permission or authorization or anything like that.
It's actually effectively Mr. Limai rather than Mr. Salimi who's having a role in where you ended up.
In what sense, please? It's unclear to me.
Limai, who you said who came and collected you, so it was Mr. Limai who was the one involved in your travel over to Klečka.
I learned and understood from Mr. Salimi that Mr. Limai was in Klečka. And it was then Mr. Limai who came and collected me and sent me to Klečka.
Would you kindly ask the witness to tell us which Daya is referring to that he met in Albania? There's at least 2 persons using that nickname.
Certainly. Witness, did you hear the question from His Honour Judge Matro as to which Daya you met in Albania?
At that time, I did not know the real name of Daya, but later on, I learned that it was Mr. Azem Sula.
Mr. Roberts.
Thank you. You also told the SPO that Luan, who was Ramesh Cherici, sorry, this is in your SPO interview, so that's P 2006.1, 082908, TRET Part 1, revised, corrected, interp, revised, page 13. I apologise for the long reference. But you told the SBO that Ramesh Cherici got an order from Likots to establish a unit in Saralev in the area of Kroimir. Do you recall telling the SBO that?
Now, the terminology used can be debatable. However, I remember Mr. Salimi telling to Ramesh Cherici, who would be in the best position to testify about this, to set up a point or to expand the KLA presence in that territory, in that area.
The terminology can be debatable. Do you mean whether that was a request from Mr. Salimi or some other form of direction?
Precisely. This is the reason I said the terminology is debatable. Because when he told him or requested, asked him to form a point in that territory which Mr. Cherici would be part of, this can then be qualified in various ways. I am only testifying about what I witnessed and what I saw. I don't think I should be the one qualifying the terminology to be used in this case.
Because you used the word order in the SPO interview and you've now given your evidence in relation to that. Again, just on this point, I'm correct, aren't I, that Mr.
I think that I said that he asked him or gave him the task to, because even the matter of tasks can be subject to interpretation. At the end of the day, we had gone to Kosovo to fight. And every person who came to Kosovo from abroad had no information as to what location would be best for them to deploy to. And it was a sensible thing to receive that sort of information from people who had been in the territory before or had joined before them. Now, were those to be referred to as ordinances, decisions, instructions, is a different matter.
Mr. Chirici could have refused that, couldn't he, and gone somewhere else at the time?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. You can answer that if you know.
Tani mendoj që
Now, I think this is an assumption. I do not know how one would have acted in the specific circumstances. I know that Mr. Chirici and all of us who went there at that time went with intention to join the KLA, and I am not aware of reasons for which we would have refused. Even if we had refused, then I don't know how things would have unfolded further, because this was the beginning of the establishment of the KLA.
Just finally on this point, before we break, again, Mr. Chirici had a family connection, did he not, to the area where he went to in Crimea?
jo lidhje familjare, por
Not family connections, but Mr. Chirici was originally from that area. He was from the village of Crimea.
Yes, sorry. It was his village. Thank you, Your Honour. That's a good time.
We'll give
Thank
you
you,
a
witness.
10-minute break, witness. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in, Madam Usher. All right, Mr. Roberts, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honour. Just two follow-up questions to what we were discussing before about your entry into Kosovo, Mr. Krasniqi. First, is it fair to say or summarise that your decision to go to Klečka was taken with Mr. Limaj in Switzerland before you even came to Kosovo?
Ka mundësi ta përsërisni?
Would you kindly repeat the question, please?
Was the decision to go to Klečka, end up in Klečka, taken by you and Mr. Limaj effectively before you even entered Kosovo? Was that your intention?
Unë nuk e kam ditë ku
I had no idea of where Mr. Limaj would be. I learned of this when I arrived in Likots. Maybe for questions of security, Mr. Limaj did not want to disclose his whereabouts on the phone. What was the purpose, though? I wanted to join Mr. Limaj wherever he was. However, I did not know where he was until I arrived inside Kosovo.
To be with Mr. Limaj wherever he ended up.
Correct, yes.
Just in relation to Likots and Prekaz, is it fair that Likots is the closest town to Prekaz, or the closest reasonably sized town to Prekaz?
nuk e di sakt.
I don't know how near it is, but I know that when we were in Likots, it was near the village of. The interpreter did not catch the name of the other village. But I mean, this was a question of a few days and no more.
Can you just repeat your answer? The interpreter didn't catch the village that you mentioned in your answer. You started off by saying, I don't know how near it is, but I know that when we were in Likots, it was near the village of. Can you just continue from there?
E di që Likoci
Likots was created the village of Puzhin, because when we stayed there, pending the arrival of Mr. Limaj, we traveled along this itinerary, Likots and Puzhin. They were close to each other.
But Prekaz at the time was under the control of the Serb forces, was it not? After the Ishari massacre.
nuk e di.
I don't know, it may be so, certainly.
Now, when you arrived into Klečka, you didn't have a specific role, did you? As you told the SPO, you just wanted to, I think you said, spread the feeling of the KLA among the population. Is that right?
Jo vetëm unë që s'kisha rol.
I wasn't the only one without a concrete role, but I might think that others were in the same situation too.
Well, there wasn't any defined roles from your group of fighters. Is that fair?
Fillimisht është e kemi.
At the outset, we thought Mr. Limaj was responsible for that point, and I think that at that time the KLA did operate via these points. The tasks that I have carried out and that others carried out were carried out without any formal appointment as such. It is that we started getting busy, and that's what we kept doing until the end of the first offensive.
You were a volunteer, were you not?
Unë mendoj që
I think that there was some internal division of labor within a point with the willingness of all parties, and I'm talking here about the Klečka point. I don't know how this situation was like, or what the situation rather was like in other points.
In Klečka Point, you were all volunteers who were doing the best you could within your small group of fighters. Is that a fair assessment of your role?
Mendoj që të gjithë pjesëtarët
I think that all the KLA members were volunteers. The KLA was created out of volunteers. However, at the Klečka point, the person responsible was Mr. Lima, and we respected him as such.
And Mr. Limai was a volunteer as well, was he not?
po përderisa është
Yes, given that he returned from Switzerland, that's what it means. No one forced him. It was an obligation towards the motherland. There was no legal obligation for him to return to Kosovo. It was only a moral obligation that made him return, made him and made myself and others do the same.
Operates in practice was explained in your SBO interview, where you referred to how you went to fight in the Lapushnik Gorge. And for the record, the reference for that is P2006.1, Part 1, revised, pages 15 and 16. And you state that, I remember in Lapushnik, it was the first time that the gorge of Lapushnik was taken. A few friends of mine, we on a voluntary basis, we went to assist them, to help them. I remember I went to assist in Lapushnik as well, whilst there was a fighting. So is that an accurate understanding of what volunteer meant? That volunteer meant not only coming to Kosovo as well, but also in which actions you partook in?
po siç e thash
As I stated earlier, it was our moral obligation to return to Kosovo and to do the best for our country. As far as the Lapushnik battle is concerned, it may be the day when the Lapushnik Gorge and the main road was captured, and it stayed like that until the Serbian offensive. As far as the operation of points at that time that operated independently without any relationship of dependence, the situation was such that wherever there was fighting, we went to the aid of each other because we were facing up to the same enemy.
Yes, you went to the aid of other units or other groups, but that was your choice to do so on a voluntary basis, is that right?
Sakt.
Yes, it is.
The SPO, again, I won't read the entire reference, but it's P2006.1, Part 1, page 21, that you estimated, and you asked how many individuals were fighting in your group. This was before the summer offensive. I could be mistaken, I could have the wrong numbers. It could have been 20, 30, 40 men. I'm not certain now. I'm not sure. But that's your best recollection, that essentially you're talking about even up into June 98, that total amount of fighters.
Çdo herë po I referohem
Every single time I'm referring to the Klečka point.
and up until June 1998 or July 98, before the summer offensive. Is that right in terms of timing?
Po deri me fillimin.
Yes, until the beginning of the offensive.
Now, you also told the SBO that you became aware of the arrival of certain professional army officers that arrived in June 98, including Agim Chelai, Bislim Sarapi and Naim Maloku, who you saw in Klečka but were located all over Kosovo. Do you recall telling the SBO that?
Po, I kam parë në
Yes, I saw them in Klečka. There were other officers too. I couldn't recall all their names, but they moved on and about, but I am not aware of their movements.
By people such as yourself and your colleagues because of the assistance that they could provide to your groups of fighters. Is that a fair assessment?
Po, saktë.
Yes, correct.
But despite their role and their assistance, obviously the Serb forces had a vastly greater amount of weaponry, forces and individuals who were fighting in Kosovo at the time. It was a mismatch between your forces and the Serb forces.
Mendoj niveli I forcave.
I think the situation that you've described would suggest that there was no way you could compare the two forces.
Yes, and over the course of the summer offensive, so I'm talking July, August 1998, the heavy weaponry and the forces that were available to the Serb forces in the area devastated what units, what groups were in operation. Is that correct?
Po, saktë.
Yes, correct.
Devastation meant that no one could give any direction or orders to anyone else in terms of fighting units. And the reference for that is your interview, part 1, page 26.
Correct.
And also, at the same time, you couldn't communicate with your unit back in Klečka. I think this is when you were in Arlat, if I'm correct.
Fillimisht në Arlat.
Initially we were at Arlat, then at Terpez, where I stayed for a certain amount of time until the end of the first offensive, which coincides with the beginning of the restructuring of the KLA. That includes up until the end of November 1998, where I stayed in Terpez, initially at the battalion command headquarters, and then we moved. I continued staying in Terpez, but moved on to a different building where I stayed together with Baram Gashi and some nurses.
But it's fair to say that before that point, during the Serb offensive, the continuation of the KLA as a fighting force, so to speak, was in question at that stage, was it not?
Po, saktë.
Yes, correct.
Fighters who'd come over, returned back to other countries outside of Kosovo, or had been killed or severely injured at the time. Is that also right?
Yes, correct.
What you could do at that time was simply try and survive and regroup.
Yes, that's right.
started, and you referred to it a minute ago, the restructuring, is it fair to say that you were effectively starting from scratch, starting again from zero?
Prandaj e kam thënë javën e kaluar tek
That is the reason why I told the Madam Prosecutor last week that reconstruction would be the better term rather than the restructuring. Reconstruction would mean building up upon an existing foundation.
Yes. So there was a foundation, but no more than a foundation. You were not reorganizing something that already was in existence. You were basically starting again from nothing.
Ofensiva e
The offensive of the year 1998 returned the KLA to a situation that was worse than the time when it operated out of certain points. In practical terms, it returned it to square one.
In terms of, therefore, how quickly you could develop that or complete the reconstitution or reconstruction of the KLA, that was obviously going to be something that would take many months. It wasn't going to be something that would happen overnight.
That is why in my interview in 2019, I told the specialist prosecutor, when asked about the period after the restructuring, I told them that there is no such period after the restructuring because this was an ongoing process that never ended. The efforts to consolidate the ranks of the KLA continued throughout.
A brigade might be formally announced as existing, but that didn't mean at the time that it would have anywhere near the requisite number of soldiers to complete that brigade.
I don't know how many troops a brigade needs to have from a military point of view, but I know the Brigade 121 amounted up to 1,300 and a maximum of 1,500 soldiers. The numbers varied all the time. It was never a fixed number. It was changeable on a daily basis. However, this figure was above 1,000. And and I'm talking about the latter phase. Initially, this number would most certainly have been much lower.
Thank you. I'd just like to move on to a different topic now, which is your relationship with Sokol de Bruna and the military court, and the procedures and processes of the military court. Now, it's fair to say that you had regular contact with Sokol de Bruna from December 1998 onwards, is that correct? Up until the end of the war, up until mid-June.
Yes. The Dritan Gashi case marks the beginning of contacts with Sokol de Bruna. That is the point at which we got to know each other and started cooperating. Afterwards, I had the consent of the brigade commander, Mr. Schaller, to do this. And given that he was a professional of the field, he was in a situation to advise us how to carry out our duties and the responsibilities we had.
Yes, he gave you, I think, lots of oral, verbal, and written instructions, is how you described it to the SPO. Is that right?
The instructions were always given and received orally. During the initial phases, however, I took notes of what he passed on verbally. In my previous interview, I described what it was, the forms about a criminal report, what it should look like, and so on.
Now, you didn't have a specific relationship with him according to the KLA organogram as you understood it, and that's what you told the SPO in part 3 of your interview, pages 13 and 14. Is that correct? So you didn't have a formal relationship with him?
The initial contacts with Mr. De Bruyne were completely by chance. However, the continued relationship and contact with him was, in my view, of a formal nature. And this is due to the fact that the preparation of a casework, including the criminal report with the signatures by both parties and so on, these are all indicators of formality.
Yes, and he was an experienced, qualified lawyer, was he not, at the time?
Yes, that is correct.
Not a lawyer at the time, and it's fair to say that you were concerned about your lack of professional experience.
Correct, you're right, I was.
Of deference towards what Mr. De Bruyne told you.
Yes, certainly. Because if he hadn't been there, I don't know how we would have operated. I am not able to imagine how would we have acted.
For preparation session, that's paragraph 60. You described your relationship with De Bruyne in the following way. I'll just quote it. What was important for you back then, W4743 back then, was to follow De Bruyne's instructions because you had no knowledge of the law, and to him, De Bruyne was the law. As in, to you, Sokol De Bruyne was the law. Is that a fair assessment of your relationship?
Yes, given that we did not have any penal military code or any criminal procedural code, military procedural code, or any other written instructions, in this context, I said that for me, in my eyes, Sokol De Bruyne was the law.
What he told you the law was, both in terms of procedure and also substance.
Given that we had no other basis, as I said, we didn't have a law which we would refer to. We had to refer to the instructions of Mr. De Bruyne. His instructions were not to be followed based on the will or desire of the person. I also liked order and discipline.
Mr. De Bruyne introduced himself to you as the president of the military court. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, to your knowledge, the General Staff was always supportive of the existence of a military court, was it not?
Objection, Foundation.
It's a question, Your Honour.
You may answer the question. Objection's overruled.
Could you please repeat the question, please?
The General Staff was always supportive of the existence of a military court.
I can say that the military court must have been established by Sokol Dobruna with the authorizations received from the General Staff or the General Commander. However, I do not know the procedure because I did not belong. This was not part of what I did. Therefore, I'm not able to give you a precise answer.
You certainly never, in your conversations with Mr. De Bruyne, were ever told by him of a lack of support. That's right, isn't it?
I don't recall him saying it. I do not recall such a thing.
Now, Mr. De Bruyne himself, he was not a member of the General Staff.
I don't know.
When you refer to the military court in general terms in your interview, is it fair to say that you are referring to Sokol De Bruyne alone? Is he what you would associate or understand the military court to be?
Based on what Mr. Dobruna told me, he was the head of the legal services at the General Staff, or the commander of the General Staff, and therefore had the powers to set up the court, the prosecution office, and the detention center. In Sokol Dobruna was at the same time the president of the military court. Now, again, according to what he told me and the explanations he gave to me during the several months we worked, he said this is a military court at the central level. Based on this, I drew the parallel that the military court belonged to the central level, and to this day, standing here in this court, I still believe the same.
Your understanding, just to be clear, based on what Mr. De Bruyne told you, is that as the head of the legal services, in your words, he had the power to create the court himself.
Objection, mischaracterization.
Overruled. You may answer.
Not that he had the power to establish it, but when I met Mr. Dobruna, he was already the president of the military court. At least this is what he said he was.
And as president of the military court, he was the one that set out the procedures for the military court and its jurisdiction.
Nuk mund t'i di ato.
I am not able to know those additional procedures, how it was established or whether he did establish the military court.
Is it fair to say that he was very independent in how he exercised his role as president of the military court?
Objection, Foundation.
Overruled. You may answer.
Nuk e di.
I don't know.
Never discussed with you how, in your multiple encounters, the importance to him of being independent from the general staff in how the military court functioned?
Nëse flasmi për nocionin e
If we are referring to the notion of courts in general, obviously they must be independent. I said it back then, and I'm saying it today. This was a military court at the central level. Now, the extent to which it was independent or dependent, he can answer that, and the general staff.
Did Mr. De Bruyne explain to you that he'd drafted the legal framework for the military court?
ajo që mbaj mend,
What I recall from our frequent meetings is that he was working on that framework. I'm referring here to the military penal code and the military procedural code, which I never saw or had in my hands. I do not know anything else in this regard.
But you did rely on his indication, for example, that individuals could be stopped and detained for a maximum of 72 hours. That was on the basis of what Mr. De Bruyne told you.
po e sakt.
Yes, that's correct. Correct.
And to rely on what Mr. De Bruyne was telling you.
Po besoj që e thash.
I think I said this earlier. We had no other place to rely on.
Did Mr. De Bruyne give the same advice to everyone else in a similar position to you, similar role to you, to your knowledge?
Nuk e di.
I don't know.
To your knowledge, was anyone else responsible for drafting any of the rules or procedures of the military court? To your knowledge?
Nuk mund të them për
I cannot speak of a person or in charge of a responsible person, but I know that lawyers would come from Pristina to help in this process because I happen to meet and know one of them.
ai ka qenë
He was Mr. Bayram Krasniqi, deceased now.
And he, in your understanding, advised or assisted Mr. De Bruyne? Is that your evidence?
jo, për aq sa kam arrit.
Based on what I was able to understand, he helped him, assisted him in this legal framework as you're referring to. But I do not know specifically what they were able to achieve or to complete, but I know they were working in that direction. I do not know whether they finalized anything.
So, Mr. Krasniqi was still working under to your knowledge, the direction of Mr. De Bruyne. It was still Mr. De Bruyne who had the final say on how the procedures would be decided upon.
If we follow the procedures, this is how it should be. However, I am not able to positively say how they interacted.
That Mr. De Bruyne established as the president of the court was dependent on investigations and cooperation being conducted at the zone or brigade level. Is that right?
I do not know what level of cooperation Mr. De Bruyne managed to establish with the zones and other areas. I am able to testify about the relationship between the brigade and Mr. De Bruyne. However, I am not able to say anything in relation to the relationship with other zones and other brigades.
In relation to your zone and your brigade, he was dependent on you conducting investigations and then bringing cases to him. He didn't have an independent authority or power to initiate an investigation himself. Is that right?
If we refer to his authority, we have at least one case in which, based on his order, a person was detained.
Yes, but in terms of the investigation of the case, the system that he set up as you understood it, is it right that it would be dependent on you bringing cases to him after conducting an investigation?
If you're thinking of proper investigations as the ones conducted in peacetime, they could not be conducted during the war. There were 4 or 5 cases, 2 cases which I prepared together with Mr. Krasniji. So in total 6 to 7 cases we dealt with. We're not talking here about hundreds of cases. This work lasted for 5 or 6 months because the war ended. So we're talking in total of 6 to 7 cases. And dealing with the cases was not a priority when there was fighting going on. So these cases were a secondary matter, not a primary issue. The priority was the front line and the fight against the Serbian forces. Therefore, there are not many cases because we lacked conditions, resources, everything. For example, in the brigade, which you refer to in relation to the investigations, we had 20 military police officers. Now imagine that entire territory with highlands and woodland and several municipalities. How much can 20 police officers do to exercise control over that territory, knowing that they also lack proper and required qualifications to do so? So each of these cases should be looked at in order to understand the circumstances. But we cannot talk about investigations or case files prepared properly as one would do following the procedures.
And those circumstances which affected your work evidently affected the work of the court as well, did they not?
Po tash e kam thonë edhe
I have stated this before as well. To my knowledge, there was only one judge, and that was Mr. Sokol de Bruna. I'm not aware of any other judge or any other prosecutor.
Yes, and it was Mr. de Bruna who again appointed the prosecutor who worked at the court, and there was only, I believe, one of those. Is that correct?
e thash që ka qenë vetë
I said that there was only one prosecutor, based on my knowledge, but I do not know who appointed him.
But again, obviously, if Mr. de Bruna was therefore absent for any reason or for any length of time, that would have prevented the court from functioning properly.
po neve na ka ndodhur
It happened in at least 2 or 3 occasions to go there and see that Mr. de Bruna was absent, in which cases we would submit our case files to the military prosecutor, despite the fact that now we know, I did not know at the time, that the criminal reports should be submitted with the prosecutor. We submitted them to the judge of the military court. What I'm trying to say with this is that there was no standard procedure. It was impossible to follow one. And this is why I pointed out that each of these cases has its own specifics.
The lack of a standard procedure was in large part due to the fact that Mr. de Bruna did not provide the documentation to you that you needed.
në radhë të parë
First of all, I do not know whether Mr. de Bruna had one or if he completed one. Secondly, even if he had provided us with that document, this does not mean that we were trained enough to and equipped and staffed with the qualified people to start immediately with its implementation. In any event, I did not have that document, nor did my subordinates.
And when you state earlier, I believe that when there was fighting, can't see exactly where that was, but when you said there was fighting, obviously the investigation of cases took a back seat, if I can use that expression.
nuk çështja e hetimit nuk
The issue of the investigations was not a permanent issue. What you said, which is what I said earlier, when there was fighting going on, there was no other priority. But even when there was no fighting going on, so it doesn't mean that the moment the fighting stopped, the investigations would be activated, because we had other duties. And proper permanent investigations could not be conducted. The ones that could be carried out are those you have in front of you. So what was done was what was possible, regardless of whether this was done professionally, rightly. What was done is what you have.
In the circumstances you faced at the time.
mendoj që po.
I think so.
Obviously, where you were based in 121 Brigade around Klečka, this was a center of attacks by the Serb forces over the course of April and May 1999. Is that correct?
I know that there were airstrikes, I think, using a MiG-29. But if you're referring to it as the center, obviously the brigade command was in Klečk. And around Klečk, in Divjak, there was the seat of the general staff. In Selit, as well in Berish, it was Kosovo idea, Free Kosovo. So in general, all those existing mechanisms were in that highland area. And the Serbs concentrated their offensive in that area, which naturally limited and the functional capabilities of the KLA.
Is that fair to include both your abilities to investigate and the court's ability to deal with any cases provided to it?
No. I was referring in general to the functioning of the KLA. Because the cases that were initiated by somebody, we tried to deal with them to the extent we were able to do so based on the resources available to us. But again, we are talking about 7 to 8 cases, or in total 9 cases. No more than that.
Time. Thank you, Mr. Krasniqi. I'll see you again in the morning.
That's the end of our testimony, your testimony today, Mr. Krasniqi. Please do not speak with anyone about the case overnight. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Understood.
All rise.